Chapter 3479. After listening to Yin's explanation, Yang Kai nodded slightly. The current situation of the nest of myriad devils was akin to a whale devouring the yuan qi of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland, turning this place into a holy land for cultivation. In the following days, this phenomenon became more and more obvious. The yuan qi gathered from all directions grew stronger by the day. With the nest of myriad devils as the center, within a radius of 10 li, countless demon race members sat cross-legged, silently circulating their secret arts, eagerly increasing their strength. Lao Ku, Yin, and Carson took turns to guard the nest of myriad devils, while the other two searched for a good place to sit cross-legged and circulate their secret arts. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had nothing to do. Although the cultivation conditions here were good, the heaven and earth yuan qi in the territory was not suitable for him. After observing for a few days, there were no signs of the myriad demons pill taking shape. The initial surprise disappeared, and instead, he became a little bored. He might as well stay at the realm gate and comprehend the law of space. But if he left now, he might have to come back soon, so he could only wait patiently. Staring at the nest of myriad devils devouring the surrounding yuan qi, Yang Kai thought that if he threw his avatar in, he should be able to obtain a lot of benefits. The cultivation efficiency of many demon race members increased by several times here, and the avatar had the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret arts, so the effects would be even better. Once this thought appeared, he could not help but want to throw his avatar in to test the effects. Looking around, he found that Lao Ku was standing guard not far away. The other demon race members in charge of monitoring the surroundings had also scattered, so no one was paying attention to him. Immediately, his figure flickered and disappeared. In order to avoid any flaws, Yang Kai directly went to a place 100 li away from the nest of myriad devils, found a deserted place, and released his avatar. With a single thought, the embodiment understood Yang Kai's intentions. Its huge body silently sank into the ground, approaching the nest of myriad demons from underground. After a short while, Yang Kai returned to the nest of myriad devils. Lao Ku glanced at him curiously, but did not dare to ask anything. Yang Kai put on a bored expression and sat down cross-legged. He seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but in fact, he was paying close attention to the movements of the Dharmakaya. Thousands of feet below the ground, the embodiment quickly moved forward. The soil and gravel couldn't hinder it in the slightest. After a short while, it approached the nest of myriad demons. After pausing for a moment, it broke through the last layer of defense and entered the nest of myriad demons. Just as it entered, Yang Kai's expression brightened. The Dharma body was formed by a strand of his spirit that entered the body of the stone mongoose, so he could feel everything that happened to the Dharma body. At this very moment, the originally ordinary nest of myriad devils was actually a sea of brilliant colors. It was as if the entire nest of myriad devils had turned into a living creature that was incessantly stirring. Every time it stirred, it could devour a huge amount of yuan qi. Not only that, Yang Kai also faintly sensed that something else had been devoured by the nest of myriad devils. However, because of the layer of embodiment between them, he couldn't tell in detail. Fortunately, the embodiment didn't cause any abnormalities when it entered the nest of myriad devils. Otherwise, it would have been exposed. After a short pause, the avatar headed straight for the deepest part of the nest of myriad devils. The deeper he went, the more outrageous the energy stored inside became. There were even fist-sized tumor-like existences on the walls of the nest of myriad devils. As the nest of myriad devils vibrated, they moved up and down as if they were beating hearts. These fist-sized tumor-like objects were neither flesh nor stone. They looked very strange, but Yang Kai could clearly sense the terrifying energy contained within them. For the time being, he couldn't figure out what these tumor-like objects were, so the embodiment didn't dare to rashly touch them. After a while, the avatar arrived at the lowest level of the nest of 1,000 devils. This was a huge space filled with an unimaginable amount of yuan li of heaven and earth. The yuan li of heaven and earth that had gathered here had almost condensed into a solid form. Even the walls of the cave were filled with water droplets. After finding a spot, The embodiment sat down cross-legged and activated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. His huge body suddenly turned into a bottomless pit, swallowing the Yuan Qi in this place. After a while, Yang Kai, who was resting with his eyes closed outside, smiled. The truth was just as he expected. The effect of cultivating in the nest of myriad devils was surprisingly good. If the cultivation speed of Lao Ku and the others was several times faster than usual, then the speed inside the nest of myriad devils might be several dozen times, or even 100 times faster. Perhaps only the embodiment could achieve such a terrifying efficiency. If it were anyone else, even if they had such conditions, without the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, they wouldn't be able to devour much Yuan Qi. They would only waste the opportunity. As time passed, the Yuan Qi accumulated in the nest of myriad devils didn't decrease at all. However, the rate of increase decreased by a lot. After all, the embodiment's devouring speed wasn't slow. Through the embodiment, Yang Kai continued to observe the situation inside the nest of myriad devils, wanting to pry into the secrets of this place. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to sense something and couldn't help but let out a soft cry of surprise. This caused Lao Ku, who was standing guard nearby, to quickly turn his head and glance at him. After observing for a long time, and seeing that Yang Kai didn't make any other movements, he looked away. Yang Kai didn't notice Lao Ku's attention at all. At this moment, he was completely immersed in investigating the situation inside the nest of myriad devils. Previously, he had felt that every time the nest of myriad devils devoured Yuan Qi, it seemed to be devouring something else besides the vast amount of Yuan Qi. Now this feeling was becoming more and more obvious. However, after careful investigation, he still couldn't find anything. This left him puzzled, wondering if he had made a mistake. At this moment, the nest of myriad devils shook again. Yang Kai hurriedly paid close attention to it through the embodiment, and this time, he finally found some clues, causing his expression to shake. In order to confirm whether or not there was anything wrong with his observations, in the following days, every time the nest of myriad devils shook, he would pay close attention to it. After a few days, a strange expression appeared on Yang Kai's face. After these days of observation, he finally understood why the myriad demon pill had such a powerful effect. This was not because the nest of myriad devils had devoured a large amount of the Yuan Qi. This was only one of the reasons. The biggest reason was that the nest of myriad devils was constantly devouring the energy of all living beings on this continent. This kind of devouring was almost undetectable. Even Yang Kai hadn't noticed anything strange before. If not for the embodiment's perception in the deepest part of the nest of myriad devils, he wouldn't have noticed. In the Cloud Shadow continent, the demon race numbered in the hundreds of millions. The nest of myriad devils was constantly devouring their energy. If this continued, how terrifying would the gathered energy be? However, as Yang Kai had observed, this kind of devouring was almost undetectable. Moreover, it didn't harm the foundation, so even those demon kings didn't notice it in the slightest. The energy of each living being devoured by the nest of myriad devils was insignificant. However, if all this energy was gathered in one place, it would form the embryonic form of the myriad demon pill, the root of the myriad demon pill. At this moment, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth that was being devoured could help this root blossom and bear fruit. This was the fundamental reason why the myriad demon pill could contain such a huge amount of energy. This was probably something that only the 12 demon saint knew about, but had never publicized. Even those half-saints should know about it. This discovery made Yang Kai feel that it was inconceivable. According to the current situation, the nest of myriad devils seemed to have a life of its own. It gathered the insignificant energy of hundreds of millions of living beings into one place to form the myriad demon pill, and then created countless powerhouses of the demon race. Just as he was pondering, there was another abnormality on the embodiment's side. For some reason, the embodiment had a faint connection with the nest of myriad devils, which made Yang Kai feel as if the entire Cloud Shadow mainland was under his control. Sensing it, Yang Kai's spirit was lifted. He clearly sensed that there was an additional ball of white light in the nest of myriad devils, which was constantly hovering around the embodiment. It was the existence of this white light that allowed the embodiment to have such a strange connection with the nest of myriad devils. Carefully examining it, he saw that within the white light was a continent map. As long as he could refine this origin, it was the shape of the cloud shadow mainland, control this continent, and traces of the power of law were overflowing from it. Young Kai didn't know why this origin had mysteriously appeared. Young Kai couldn't help but he knew that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. Although this was the first time he had seen this thing, could really refine this origin, he felt that it was very similar to the cloud shadow mainland. Back when he was in the stars territory in the future, he had refined the origin given by Stars territory. The embodiment obviously also realized that this was an opportunity. Could this be the origin of the cloud shadow mainland with Young Kai? There was actually the existence of the origin in the fragment of the devil's territory. This greatly surprised him. No signs of rejecting the embodiment at all. Since it had appeared on its fragments, it was obviously attracted by some kind of force. It should have been annihilated. Young Kai guessed that it should be the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique. The origin of a continent was obviously the foundation of the great emperor's battle technique was called an evil technique in the astral world, and it was not tolerated in the world. But it was exactly what the devil territory wanted. If the heaven-devouring great emperors could be born in the devil territory, they would definitely be able to achieve great things. Therefore, without much effort, the embodiment accepted the origin, swallowed it into his stomach, and performed a spell to refine it. In a split second, Young Kai felt that the connection between the embodiment and the nest of myriad demons, as well as the entire cloud shadow mainland, had become closer. And this close connection further confirmed his previous observation. The nest of myriad demons was really devouring the power of the billions of creatures in the entire continent, and transforming these powers into myriad demons' pills. Then, unintentionally, the embodiment devoured the vital energy of heaven and earth gathered in the nest of myriad demons, while refining the origin of the cloud shadow mainland. Young Kai observed for a while, and then he calmed his mind. Chapter 3480. There was no need to pay attention to the embodiment anymore. Young Kai opened his eyes and found that the person on duty had been replaced by Yin. He immediately beckoned her over and asked her about the continent source in the demon territory. Who would have thought that this matter was not a secret at all? Young Kai felt that he was making a big fuss over nothing. According to Yin, the reason why those half-saint could surpass ordinary demon kings was because they had refined the continent source. It could be said that every half-saint was the true master of a continent. For example, the quintessence of Blue Sea continent had been refined and absorbed by Yusang a long time ago, and it was the same for all the other continents that possessed a master. However, because the quintessence of these continents was very weak in tolerance, even a half-saint could only refine and absorb a single quintessence. When Lai Kuang joined Yusang, he was promised that Yusang would help him refine the cloud shadow mainland source. Once Lai Kuang succeeded, he would have a great chance of becoming a half-saint in the future. This was good news for Young Kai. He had deeply experienced the convenience of being the master of a continent when he was on Shadowed Star. Now that the embodiment had become the true master of the cloud shadow mainland, he would be recognized and protected by the heavens and earth on this continent. It could be said that the road to becoming a half-saint was paved in front of him. As long as he accumulated enough strength, becoming a half-saint was a foregone conclusion. During this trip to the demon territory, Young Kai did not complete his business and did not reap many benefits. Instead, he fought for a future for the embodiment. It could be said that he had unintentionally planted a willow, and it had turned into a shade. Hearing Young Kai's question, Yin obviously misunderstood something. After hesitating for a while, she said, "Your Majesty is from the human race, and the power you cultivate is different from ours. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for you to refine the continent source. Moreover, Lai Kuang has been searching for the cloud shadow mainland source for many years, but to no avail. Unless you are really blessed by this continent, it is impossible for you to refine it." Young Kai chuckled and said, "I'm just asking casually." Inin retreated doubtfully. The following days were peaceful, but after 8 days, there was a sudden change in the nest of myriad devils. The entire nest of myriad devils was in turmoil, and the yuan qi that had been sucked in by the nest of myriad devils was being sucked in and spat out in a frenzy, causing the yuan qi to surge into the clouds. It was as if a rain of yuan qi had fallen from the sky. Lao Ku and the others also woke up from their cultivation. They gathered around Yang Kai excitedly. This meant that the infinite demon's pill was about to take shape and could be harvested. Sure enough, half a day later, when everything calmed down, the nest of myriad demons was completely silent. Lao Ka cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, the myriad demon's pill has been formed. Please extract it." Yang Kai gently nodded and led Lao Ku and the others forward. The embodiment also quietly left at the same time. He entered the nest of myriad devils. It had already refined the cloud shadow origin, so it was now the true master of this mainland. With a single thought, it could go anywhere, so it naturally wouldn't reveal any flaws. This wasn't the first time Yang Kai had entered the nest of myriad devils. When the embodiment entered earlier, he had been following it with his divine sense, so he was naturally familiar with the place. After walking for a short while, they arrived in front of a cave wall. There was a tumor-like thing on the wall, which was exactly what the embodiment had seen before. Lao Ka pointed at the tumor-like lump of meat and said, "Your Majesty, the myriad demon's pill is inside. You only need to touch it lightly to extract it." He also knew that Yang Kai didn't understand these things, so he explained it to him. Only then did Yang Kai understand what these strange tumor-like things were for. It turned out that the myriad demon's pill was growing inside. He didn't hesitate, and stretched out his hand to touch the tumor-like thing. When his hand touched the tumor-like thing, it bloomed layer by layer like a flower, and a myriad demon's pill about the size of a longan fell to the ground. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and caught the pill in the palm of his hand. He took a closer look at it, and immediately raised his eyebrows. 3 pairs of burning eyes stared at him from all directions. Lao Ka suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Why does the myriad demon's pill this time feel smaller than before?" It wasn't just smaller, it was smaller by a whole circle. Such an obvious thing was naturally noticed by the other demon kings, and they immediately revealed suspicious expressions. In the past, they had collected infinite demonic pills many times. Although the size was different each time, it was basically the same. This situation had never happened before. This small one was too obvious. As soon as Yang Kai heard this, he knew where the problem was. The embodiment must have swallowed too much world energy before, causing the formation of the myriad demon's pill to be affected. If this was the case, then there might be more than one small pill. Yang Kai didn't say anything. In any case, Lao Ku and the others didn't know the reason, so he simply said, "You can collect all of the myriad demon's pills." He was just here to try something new, so naturally he wouldn't really collect every single myriad demon's pill. Lao Ku and the others received this order, and immediately headed deeper into the myriad demon cave. About half an hour later, Lao Ku and the others returned, their expressions somewhat surprised as they handed a space ring to Yang Kai and said, "Great King, there were only 67 myriad demon's pills collected this time." 67? Yang Kai pretended to look at him in surprise. Sweat seeped out of Lao Ka's forehead as he said somewhat guiltily, "I don't know what's going on, but there seems to be something wrong with the output this time. Not only is the quantity much less than what I predicted, but the size is also smaller." Kusun and Yin also nodded to the side. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, Lao Ku immediately said, "Great King, subordinate is willing to swear in the name of the great demon god that there is absolutely no embezzlement. All of the myriad demon's pills collected this time are here." He thought that Yang Kai was suspecting him of embezzling, and quickly explained nervously, Although Yang Kai knew the reason and understood that Lao Ke couldn't be lying, he still glanced over at Kusan and Yin with a gloomy expression, and had the two of them also swear in the name of the great demon god, lest Yang Kai misunderstand. Yang Kai nodded and said, "It seems that there really was an accident. Can you guess the reason?" Lao Ku and the others all looked at each other and shook their heads. They were also feeling quite strange. The myriad demon cave was obviously quite impressive, so they had estimated that it would produce at least 70 to 80, or even 100 myriad demons pills. But in fact, the number harvested was very different from what they had previously estimated. "Forget it." Yang Kai pretended to be generous and waved his hand. "If it's 67, then so be it." After a pause, he asked, "How do you usually distribute the myriad demons pills after collecting them?" Lao Ke replied, "When we were in charge of collecting them before, we would offer them all to the Holy Senior, but the Holy Senior would give us a few pills as rewards. Us high-rank demon kings can probably get 1 or 2 pills, while the other mid-rank and low-rank demon kings are rewarded with some demonic crystals depending on their cultivation. Later on, Lai Kuang was the one who collected them, so there was nothing for us to do." Yang Kai nodded and took out 6 myriad demons pills from his space ring, giving 2 to each of them. "As for the others' rewards, you can decide for yourselves." Lao Ku and the others were overjoyed. They had thought that with such a small harvest this time, there would definitely be no share of myriad demons pills for them. But Yang Kai had actually rewarded each of them with 2 pills. This was simply a show of kindness, so they quickly thanked him loudly, all of them beaming with joy. Carson said, "My king, the myriad demons pills in Cloud Shadow have been collected, and the basket planes should be almost done. Do you want me to go and take a look?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, when the time comes, send the myriad demons pills you collected to me." Although he had planted the soul brand on 2 Kialuo and the others and controlled their life and death, who knew if they would secretly embezzle? It was one thing to reward them, but another to fill their own pockets. With Carson there, even if 2 Kialuo and the others had the intention, they wouldn't have the guts to do so. As for the matter of sending the myriad demons pills to the Holy Senior after collecting them, Yang Kai had already neglected it, and presumably Yu Meng wouldn't mind. "Yes." Carson cupped his hands and replied. Now that the myriad demons pills had been collected, Yang Kai naturally had to return to the Realm Gate. After such a long time, he only had a vague idea of how to maintain the Realm Gate. Yang Kai tried for a long time substantial before progress. He finally found a reliable solution. After returning this time, with his own attainments in the law of space, he eliminated the influence that the Dharmakaya had refined the origin of Cloud Shadow, and had become the master of this only treated the symptoms with the help of the Dharmakaya. Perhaps the Realm Gate would be stable for the instability of the Realm Gate, but it definitely wouldn't be stable for long. Of the law of Yang Kai estimated that within just 1,000 years, Yang Kai it would have problems again. The spacecraft if he wanted to solve it completely, and the law of heaven and the law of space would repair the flaws between heaven and earth. However, returning everything to its original state, so much about what would happen after 1,000 years. However, if it wasn't for the fact that the Dharmakaya had refined the origin of the heaven and earth wanted to assimilate it, so much about this matter. It wouldn't be easy. After the Realm Gate was stabilized, it wouldn't be like this. Yang Kai didn't stay idle. But once there was a problem, since he had already done so, it would be assimilated. He might as well restore the other Realm Gates within a limited period of time, in case he really returned from the 2 realm battlefield one day. It wouldn't be difficult in the Cloud Shadowland. As long as he restored the other Realm Gates, even if Yusang returned, he could escape through the other Realm Gates. The other Realm Gates had disappeared long ago, and it wouldn't be easy to restore them. Fortunately, Yang Kai already had experience. Even if it was a little troublesome, it wouldn't deviate from the original principle. This time, there was no need to seal the Realm Gates. Even Lao Ku and the others were sent back by him, and he went alone to the places where the Realm Gates had disappeared. Chapter 3481. A month passed quickly, and Yang Kai finally repaired the second World Gate. This World Gate was connected to the Thunder Sky continent, which was also the continent that Yang Kai and Sound had torn space to go to. The reason why it took so long was mainly because this World Gate had long disappeared. Although there were some traces left, it still took a lot of effort to repair it. This time, Yang Kai did not ask Dharmakaya for help, and completed it himself. With this experience, it would not be difficult for Yang Kai to repair other world gates. However, he did not intend to repair other world gates. The main reason for repairing this one was to guard against Yu Sang. Now that he had a way out, why would he repair other world gates? It would benefit the demon race. Anyway, the existence of 2 world gates was enough to ensure that Cloud Shadow would not disappear, and Dharmakaya, the master of the continent, would not have any worries. After recuperating for half a day, Yang Kai returned to Cloud Shadow City. When he was halfway there, he suddenly stopped and turned to look in one direction, with a thoughtful look on his face. After a short while, he seemed to have made a decision and rushed in that direction. In the wilderness, Yang Kai floated in the void, with his eyes closed. This was the place where the world gate that connected to the Blood Flame continent was located. It was also the first of the 5 world gates to disappear from the Cloud Shadow continent. Last time, when Yang Kai and Yin investigated the world gates together, this was the only place where they didn't find anything. There were still traces left in the other places, enough for him to determine the location and tear space. The reason why he came here was also on a whim. Now that he could repair the world gates that still had traces left, he did not know if he could do it here. So he naturally wanted to give it a try. If he could repair the world gate here, then he could find the Blood Flame continent, and even all the lost continents in the territory of the demon race. Of course, he would not be so kind to the demon race. Even if he succeeded, he would not announce it to the public. At most, he would secretly go to the lost continents to find some benefits. In addition, he had to prevent himself from being exposed in the future. He could use this to negotiate with the demon race, and even use this to exchange the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. To the demon race, the return of the many missing continents was much more valuable than killing the great emperors of the astral plane. However, what disappointed him was that even though he had successfully repaired the realm gate twice before, and his attainments in the law of space had deepened during this period of time, he still didn't find anything here. It was impossible to detect any trace of the realm gate's existence. In desperation, Yang Kai used his divine sense to communicate with his embodiment in the small sealed world bead, opened its entrance, and used its power to investigate the surrounding void, but still found nothing. It seemed that there was really no other way. Yang Kai was not disappointed. He came here on a whim, and did not have much expectations. Now that there was no harvest, he could just go back home. Just as he was about to leave though, the embodiment suddenly sent him a divine sense message. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he quickly investigated the small sealed world bead. At this moment, beside the embodiment, Return to Ruins was jumping up and down, its black eyes staring at the entrance, as if it could see the outside world. Its eyes flashed with excitement, and even its big tongue was hanging out, dripping with saliva. When he was preparing to come to the demon territory, Yang Kai made a special trip back to the High Heaven Palace to bring Return to Ruins with him. But during this time, he left it in the small sealed world bead, and ignored it. Yang Kai never thought that it would act so strangely at this time. Return to Ruins was a strange beast in the demon territory, and it survived by devouring the demon race and the demonic chi. Now that it was acting so strangely, did it discover something? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, and he quickly let it out. As soon as it appeared, the ultimate rushed off excitedly into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A few breaths later, it rushed back from a faraway place. It repeated this many times, but it did not diminish its excitement. It was like a wanderer who had returned home after many years, and was using this crazy running to vent the excitement in its heart. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He thought that Return to Ruins would discover something. But who knew that this guy only sensed the aura of the demon territory? Yang Kai did not stop it. Although it only had a trace of Return to Ruins bloodline, and strictly speaking, it was not a true Return to Ruins, but to some extent, the demon territory was indeed its hometown. After letting it run wild for a while, Return to Ruins calmed down and returned to Yang Kai's side, running around at Yang Kai's feet. At a certain moment, it suddenly stopped, sniffed, and then opened its bloody mouth, biting down on the void. Yang Kai clearly heard a crunching sound, and a black hole was bitten into the void in front of him. For a moment, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He stared at the hole in a daze, then lowered his head to look at Bow Wow at his feet, unable to recover for a long time. He had already seen through the various strange abilities of Return to Ruins. Although this guy looked small and cute, it was actually an extremely terrifying fierce beast, especially for the demon race. It could even swallow a master at the level of the Demon King in one bite. On the contrary, it could not do anything in the Emperor Realm. Feng Ming was only a second-order Emperor Realm master, so it could still escape after being swallowed by it. But Yang Kai did not expect this little guy to be able to bite off a piece of the void. Under his perception, the void that was bitten off by it had clearly collapsed. Even with the power of this world, it would not be easy to repair it. It would take at least a few days to restore it to its original state. It had not done this in the star boundary. Could it be because this was the demon territory? Return to Ruins could restrain the various powers of the demon race. Perhaps it could also restrain the principles of the demon territory. But it was not over yet. A few more cracking sounds were heard, and the hole in front of him became much bigger. Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. If he had known this would happen, he would not have bothered to repair the world gate. He would have just thrown it out and let it bite a few more times. Its bite could destroy the principles, and it would be enough to maintain the damage for a long time without disappearing. It would then form another world gate. Just as he was about to reprimand it and take it back, the embodiment suddenly exclaimed and quickly stopped him. "Don't touch it." Yang Kai frowned and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" The embodiment said in a serious voice, "I seem to have sensed the aura of another continent." As soon as this was said, Yang Kai was shocked. This place was originally the world gate that connected the Cloud Shadow mainland and the Blood Flame mainland. But because the world gate had disappeared for too long, all traces of it had disappeared. Even the Blood Flame mainland had disappeared from the demon territory. If the embodiment really sensed the aura of another continent, it meant that there were traces to be found, and that continent was undoubtedly the Blood Flame mainland. This was really a glimmer of hope. Yang Kai looked solemn and hurriedly used his heart to sense, but he could not feel the aura of another continent as the embodiment said. But this was not surprising. The embodiment was now the master of the Cloud Shadow mainland, so its perception here was naturally countless times stronger than his. It was something that he could not compare to. With its reminder, Yang Kai could not help but be excited and look forward to it. He turned his head and looked around. Raising his hand, he released the embodiment from the small sealed world. With a slight thought, the embodiment immediately used the power of the master of a continent to completely isolate this place from the outside world. In this way, no one would be able to enter this 100-kilometer range. Even if there were any secrets here, they would not be exposed. Kacha 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 sounds rang out incessantly, as the void of end continued to gnaw at the void in front of it. Not long after, a black hole about 10 feet in diameter appeared in the void. Yang Kai still did not sense anything, but the embodiment's perception was getting more and more obvious. There was indeed the aura of another continent faintly coming over, which had a subtle impact on this continent. I really found the Blood Flame mainland. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. In his mind, he recalled some of the information he had read before in Yin's explanation. The last gate of the Blood Flame mainland disappeared 1,000 years ago, but before the gate disappeared, all the Demon King level masters on the continent had withdrawn in advance. Even some demon commanders and demon general had left the Blood Flame mainland. It could be said that in the current Blood Flame mainland, there was not a single Demon King level master. So Yang Kai was not worried that he would encounter any danger if he really went to the Blood Flame mainland. However, the population of a continent was enormous. Even if the Demon King and a considerable number of demon commanders and demon general had withdrawn in advance, there would definitely be a large number of demon race left there. He did not know how they had lived in the past 1,000 years. If he could find the Blood Flame mainland, of the gate of the world, it would mean that he could find more continents of the continent. At that would time, have any effect on he them. Would have the power of dozens of continents in his hands. The entire continent. He might even be able to challenge the demon race could withdraw in advance. In an instant, many thoughts the resources of the continent could not be taken away. At this moment, After finding felt the blood flame that did not belong to the cloud shadow mainland, sitting on the resources of the entire continent. As the embodiment said, the resources of the demon race of another continent, and it was the embodiment did not reject them. If even he could especially now that the embodiment had become the cloud shadow continents had become the influence of the cloud shadow origin. As long as he put in a little more effort, body became demonic, he could break it open, which was similar to a real demon race. After return to ruins, occupy the blood flame mainland, a huge suction force used the power of the entire continent to stir up the situation as if a layer of invisible barrier had been broken, diverting the attention of the demon territory. The vigorous aura of a small world rushed toward him. Return to ruins was not careful, and was directly sucked in. His face was full of fear and uneasiness. Yang Kai and the embodiment looked at each other, and stepped in together, disappearing in an instant. Chapter 3482. His vision turned upside down, and the scenery in front of him changed. When Kai Yang regained his senses, he had already appeared in another world. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. There was no doubt that this was another continent. It must be the Blood Flame continent, which was adjacent to the Cloud Shadow continent. However, the scene here was a little different from what he had imagined. The whole world gave people a feeling of death and silence, without the slightest bit of vitality. The place where he could see was a wasteland. Not only was there no trace of living creatures, but there were also no plants. The ground was covered with yellow sand, and the wind was whistling constantly, rolling up tornadoes and smoke. The momentum was terrifying. Just from what he could see, there were hundreds of tornadoes raging madly, destroying everything in their path. Is the Blood Flame continent's environment so bad? Although Yang Kai knew that the environment of every continent in the demon territory was different, in general, most of the continents had pleasant conditions and were suitable for living. All the members of the demon race were dead, the Blood Flame continent was like of the demon race had become dry corpses. Race here would not be able to survive. Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. The embodiment also saw this point. Had really practiced the battle techniques and were a little surprised. To the heaven-devouring they didn't know whether the Blood Flame continent was for them to do such a thing, or what happened later. Before the last world gate of the Blood Red continent disappeared, they naturally had to check it out carefully. Had already evacuated putting the return to ruins on his shoulder. The strongest one left behind, side by side, was at the level of demon commander. Although the tornadoes along the way were terrifying, to massacre the entire city, they didn't have much of an effect on them. Such a thing. Not long they after, had to be at least an upper grade demon suddenly appeared in front of them. But why would an upper grade demon king an area of about 1,000 miles? Just as he was looking from afar, the embodiment suddenly like the outline of a city. Be careful. However, Yang Kai was startled awake. Yang Kai found that couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The whole city was covered with yellow sand, in front of him was actually separated, and there was not a single living gully lay in front of him. The gully was filled with a violent energy tide that could destroy heaven and earth. His figure flickered, on the other side of the gully, to a certain place, 100 miles away. With a wave of his hand, the shadow of another continent was pulled out from the ground. This was the embodiment of a member actually of the ran race. To the edge of the blood red continent. It was unknown which race she came from. That's not right. But it seemed to be the blood red continent's surface area. She had died a miserable death. It couldn't be just there were no external injuries. He and the embodiment had only been here for a day, a great deal of torture, and there were delays along the way. Her essence they had flown to the edge of the continent, just like looking at the continent in front of him. He had become a dried corpse. It seemed to be of the same origin, buried under the yellow sand for many years to preserve his corpse. Suddenly realized, now that it was the blood red to the wind has collapsed. It immediately turned into fine powder. In front of him was obviously even the bones were shattered of the blood red continent. On the other side, just like the one under his feet, took several corpses from the ground. Could actually cause a continent to collapse, female demon and turn into countless fragments. All of them were in a shriveled state. But thinking about the situation in the entire devoured territory, spiritual essence, it made sense. There was no need to investigate any further. The current situation of the blood red city had probably died in this version of the entire demon territory. Since there was a city here, it was just that there was no life here. The original environment could it be that the disappearance of the last world gate how could the demon race survive continent to separate from the demon territory? And the tornado should have appeared later. Possible. Did the demon race because also of this have reason, someone who practiced the battle technique the harsh environment to the heaven-devouring great emperor? If the demon territory was compared to a person, it would be difficult to explain the demon territory. But what was the matter with the environment here? The blood red continent he could not understand from the demon territory. He could only continue to move forward with the embodiment gates and investigate along the entire continent to after an entire day and evolve into the scenery in front of them did not change at all. If a person's hand was chopped off, instead they found the ruins of several cities, big and small. This was the best description of the blood red continent. They were all in the same situation as they first discovered. If this guess was true, then the future of the demon territory was worrying. A person could survive without a hand or even limbs. But what if all the internal organs were to disappear one by one? The continents that disappeared one by one were equivalent to an organ in the demon territory. Once enough continents disappeared, it would affect the survival of the entire demon territory. Could the demon race invading the star boundary be related to this? With the disappearance of the demon territory, the demon race had no place to stay. Naturally, they had to find a new place to stay, and the star boundary was their target. Thinking about this, Yang Kai's face turned pale. If his guess was true, then the demon territory wouldn't be as simple as an invasion. It would be an irreconcilable situation with the star boundary. There was a limit to how many creatures the star boundary could accommodate. The demon race's population was huge, and the star boundary might not even be able to accommodate them, let alone leave a place for the creatures of the star boundary. No wonder the demon saint agreed to the great emperor's suggestion so easily, forbidding all the great emperors from interfering in the war of the two realms. Firstly, they were afraid that too much power would destroy the stability of the star boundary. Secondly, they probably wanted to use this opportunity to reduce the population of the demon race. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and the expression on his face kept changing. The embodiment didn't stay idle, and had already brought him through the void ravine that stretched for hundreds of miles, arriving at another fragment of the continent. Only then did Yang Kai restrain his thoughts. There was no point in thinking about this now. Even if he guessed right, so what? He still couldn't stop the invasion of the demon territory. For now, he should first understand the situation of the Scarlet Blood continent. He originally hoped that the Scarlet Blood continent would bring him some benefits, but now, it seemed that this continent had withered and declined after leaving the demon territory. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get any benefits from it. After another day of investigation, the situation was exactly the same as before. This fragment of the continent was also deathly silent. Yang Kai was in a daze, but the embodiment seemed to have discovered something. He stared at Yang Kai and softly said, "Nest of 1,000 demons." Yang Kai was startled for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the embodiment's words made sense. If it weren't for his discovery in the nest of 1,000 demons, he might not have thought of this. But because he had discovered some secrets in the nest of 1,000 demons, coupled with the miserable state of the mummified corpses, Yang Kai felt that the culprit behind the extinction of the demon race was the nest of 1,000 demons, and not some demon race expert who had cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. The nest of 1,000 demons was constantly devouring the essence of the demon race on the continent. It was just that the speed of devouring was insignificant, and it didn't have any effect on the demon race, so no one noticed it. But what if it erupted with an extremely powerful force? That would be equivalent to using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique on the entire continent. The consequences would be extremely terrifying, and it was also in line with the death of the old demon race. Find it. Yang Kai spat out a word, and immediately split up with the embodiment to search for the nest of 1,000 demons in the Scarlet Blood continent. If they could find something in the nest of 1,000 demons, it would mean that their guess was correct. However, the Scarlet Blood continent had collapsed into fragments. Not to mention that Yang Kai didn't know where the nest of 1,000 demons was. Even if he did, he would have to search for it carefully. If he had known this would happen, he would have asked Lao Ku and the others to collect information on the Scarlet Blood continent. With some information, it would be much easier to search for it blindly. He could only hope that the nest of 1,000 demons in the Scarlet Blood continent hadn't been destroyed by the changes in the world. Searching one fragment after another, it took Yang Kai a full 3 days before he finally found the Myriad Demon Cave on a fragment of a continent. This was all thanks to the return to ruins. Its sense of smell was extremely sharp, and it was also very sensitive to things related to the demon race. If it wasn't for its reminder, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to find the nest of 1,000 demons that was buried more than 10 feet underground. Casting a spell to lift up the ground, he immediately saw a hole in front of him. However, this hole was also buried by yellow sand. Yang Kai spent a lot of effort to clear it out, and he went all the way down. After a few turns, there were finally no more obstructions. The nest of 1,000 demons here was similar to the one in Cloud Shadow. Although the light in the cave was dim, it didn't affect Yang Kai. After walking for a while, Yang Kai found a tumor-like thing on the wall of the cave. It was neither flesh nor stone, and looked like a fruit. Chapter 3483. The things inside these tumors were naturally myriad demon pills. Yang Kai was certain of this. However, what surprised him was that the cave wall in front of him was full of these myriad demon pill tumors, densely packed together. At a rough count, there were at least a few dozen of them. Why are there so many? Although the nest of 10,000 devils on Cloud Ying's side was also in a similar situation, there were obviously fewer of them. They were all separated by a certain distance, and definitely wouldn't be densely packed together like this. Before Yang Kai could figure out what was going on, Return to Ruins, who had been crawling on his shoulder, rushed over excitedly, pounced on the cave wall, and with a roll of its tongue, half of the tumors disappeared. With a gudong sound, a large lump appeared on its throat before it rolled into its stomach. With another roll of its tongue, the rest of the tumors disappeared as well. Yang Kai's face darkened. He had been hoping to obtain more myriad demon pills for his embodiment, so it could become a half-saint as soon as possible, and become his most powerful ally. But Return to Ruins had given it a taste of its own medicine. Return to Ruins liked to devour the demon race. And since these myriad demon pills were formed from the essence of the demonic chi, they were naturally favored by it. Dozens of myriad demon pills were gone just like that, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely distressed. Quickly reaching out and grabbing this evil creature, ignoring its howls and protests, he directly threw it into his sealed world bead, giving him some peace and quiet. Turning his head to look at the bare cave wall, Yang Kai's face twitched fiercely, hoping that there would be more myriad demon pills in the 10,000 demon nest instead of all of them growing outside. Calming himself down, Yang Kai walked deeper, and after a short time, he smiled happily again. Sure enough, there were even more myriad demon pills here. Just like what he saw just now, they were densely packed together, and there were dozens of them. With his previous experience of collecting myriad demon pills, Yang Kai reached out and touched one of the tumors, causing it to blossom like a flower. A round, rolling myriad demon pill fell out, and was quickly caught by him. Just as he was about to stuff it into his space ring, Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something else, and carefully examined the myriad demon pill. His thick brow rising as a look of joy appeared on his face. He found that the myriad demon pills here were larger than the ones he had obtained before, and their quality seemed to be better as well. Unable to figure out what was going on, Yang Kai didn't plan to investigate. In any case, the better these myriad demon pills were, the more useful it would be for his embodiment. As he walked deeper in, Yang Kai could be described as having a great time collecting myriad demon pills. The scene inside the myriad demon cave was beyond his imagination. Almost every 10 meters or so, he would find a large number of myriad demon pills, ranging from 20 to 30 at a time to 40 to 50 at a time. The number of myriad demon pills collected by Cloud Ying could not compare at all. After more than half an hour, Yang Kai arrived at the deepest part of the myriad demon cave. This was the end of his journey, and there was no way forward. All the myriad demon pills he had encountered along the way had already been collected. Taking out his space ring and counting, Yang Kai found that he had actually collected more than 1,400 myriad demon pills. If he counted the ones that had been eaten by Return to Ruins at the beginning, then the number of myriad demon pills produced in this myriad demon cave was almost 1,500. This number gave Yang Kai quite a fright. Although he had somewhat expected this from the beginning, so many myriad demon pills still shocked him. According to normal calculations, since the Blood Flame continent had disappeared for 1,000 years or so, even if myriad demon pills were produced once every 100 years, only 10 batches would be produced every 1,000 years. Each batch would produce a few dozen pills, so 10 batches would only produce a few hundred pills. This number was much lower than 1,500. However, Yang Kai knew that the myriad demon pills here were not produced under normal circumstances. Instead, The Blood Flame continent had undergone a mutation, and the Myriad Demon Cave had suddenly erupted with a powerful force, swallowing all the life forms on this continent. Of course, if the essence of the entire Blood Flame continent's demon race was converted into myriad demon pills, it would definitely be far more than 1,500. 15,000, or even 150,000 would be difficult to measure. However, this continent was originally a withered part of the demon territory, so the Myriad Demon Cave was likely unable to function normally. Being able to produce 1,500 high-quality Myriad Demon Caves was already a stroke of luck. Asking for more would be somewhat insatiable. When Yang Kai walked out of the Myriad Demon Cave, his embodiment was still nowhere to be seen. There was no need to look for it though, as there was a subtle connection between them. If it couldn't find the Myriad Demon Cave, it would definitely come looking for him. As for the continent under his feet, Yang Kai pondered for a long time before he made up his mind. Raising his hand, he summoned the Sealed World Bead. Forming a series of seals, the Sealed World Bead burst out a cloud of smoke and turned into a huge monster that covered the sky. It looked like a fat fish, but only the outline of a fish with no facial features. Instead, it had a bloody mouth that could swallow the heavens and earth, causing one's hair to stand on end. The bloody mouth opened, aimed at the continent under its feet, and bit down. With a cracking sound, a large piece of the continent disappeared. The Sealed World Bead underwent a mutation when Yang Kai returned to Star Territory in the past. It could now transform into a behemoth that could swallow planets. In the territory of the Great Desolation Star, 3 cultivation stars were swallowed by it, causing the space inside the Sealed World Bead to become extremely vast. So far, the creatures of those 3 cultivation stars were living peacefully inside the Sealed World Bead. Since the Blood Flame continent no longer had any living creatures, and had been reduced to fragments, it was perfect for the Sealed World Bead to swallow. After all, there were still remnants of the Demon Territory's world principles here, which were still very useful to the perfection of the Sealed World Bead's internal space. Since the Blood Flame continent could no longer return to the Demon Territory, it naturally couldn't waste such a huge resource. As the Sealed World Bead bit down, the fragment of the continent under his feet shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye and disappeared into nothingness, turning into an endless void that caused one's heart to palpitate. In just a few days, this fragment was completely swallowed up by the rolling Sealed World Bead, leaving nothing behind. Under Yang Kai's control, the rolling Sealed World Bead then targeted another fragment of the continent next to it. The embodiment finally came over, obviously also aware of the movement here. After just a glance at the rolling Sealed World Bead, he understood what was happening. Taking the space ring Yang Kai threw to him, he swept it with his divine sense and immediately exclaimed, "So many!" Obviously, he was also shocked by the huge number of myriad demon pills. According to Yang Kai's previous estimation, 3,000 myriad demon pills were enough to allow the embodiment to truly become a half-saint. With this, he had already achieved half of his goal. If he could find a place similar to the Blood Flame continent, he would be able to completely gather the cultivation resources needed for the embodiment to become a half-saint. A lot of continents had disappeared in the Demon Territory over the years, and the Blood Flame continent was just one of them. Now that he had the help of the Return to Ruins, it would be very easy to find other lost continents. Yang Kai had already made up his mind. After he finished his business here, he would search for other lost continents and collect myriad demon pills. When the embodiment became a half-saint, it would be much easier for him to act in the demon territory. Could it be that this was his opportunity? Before coming here, the Heaven's Revelation's great emperors Chu Tianji had once told him that in the demon territory, he had an opportunity and a tribulation. Yang Kai still had some trust in the words of the Heaven's Revelation's great emperors. Since they were called Heaven's Revelations, they naturally had their reasons. But if this was the opportunity, what was the tribulation? Could it be that his intentions were exposed, and he had a falling out with Yu Rumeng? In the demon territory, becoming an enemy of a demon saint was a great tribulation. It would take a certain amount of time to roll and devour the fragments of the Blood Flame continent, so Yang Kai alone could take care of it. The embodiment had already returned to the mysterious small world to devour and refine the myriad demon pills. The myriad demon pills he obtained from clouding last time had long been devoured by him. This time, he obtained more than 1,400 pills from the Blood Flame continent. Even if the embodiment had the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, it would take him at least 2 months to completely refine them. Although the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was powerful, it was not omnipotent. There was always a limit to what it could bear. If it swallowed too many myriad demon pills at once, it would need time to digest them. Only then would it be able to maximize the effects of the myriad demon pills. More than 20 days passed in a flash, and the rolling finally finished devouring the Blood Flame continent. Not only did the space inside the sealed world bead expand by a lot, it even gained some world principles from the demon territory. The passage he came in from before had disappeared. It was probably assimilated and repaired by the world principles in clouding. Fortunately, he had the Return to Ruins and released him. He let him search for traces and bite out a passage in the void. Only then was Yang Kai able to return to clouding. After identifying the direction, he rushed all the way to Clouding City. When he entered the city and entered the palace, the demon race guards all bowed respectfully. As soon as he took office, he killed Lai Kuang with lightning speed. Even now, Lai Kuang's dried corpse was still hanging at the highest point of his residence. No one dared to put it down. After that, he led the demon race here to fight against La Yuan. He defeated the strong, killed 6 high-ranked demon kings of La Yuan, completely subdued La Yuan, and repaired the realm gate with his own strength. He maintained the stability of the realm gate and protected the clouding mainland from falling. Everything that happened in the past few months was shocking. Even if they did not personally participate in the demon race in the palace, they had heard about it. How could they not be respectful? To the demon race, having a strong and powerful boss was also a source of pride. He did not see Lao Ku and the others, and did not know what they were busy with. Yang Kai did not plan to look for them either. He called Xiao Wu over and instructed her to prepare warm water. He wanted to take a bath and change his clothes. He had been running around outside for the past few days, so he was a little travel-worn. He wanted to take this opportunity to think about his next plan. After a while, he was in a huge pool. The water temperature was moderate, and the pool was filled with flower petals. The fragrance was pleasant. Yang Kai leaned against the wall of the pool and soaked his body in the water. He placed one hand on the edge of the pool, and the other hand casually took out jade slips from the side and checked them. These jade slips were handed to him by Xiao Wu just now. She said that the spies sent out from the 2 continents had gathered all the information and gathered it in her hands. However, because Yang Kai was not around, she could only keep it for the time being. Yang Kai did not specify what the spies were looking for. He only instructed them to report everything big and small to him. After all, this was related to the great emperors of Bright Moon. He did not dare to be careless. He only hoped that he could find some clues from the information and see if there were any traces of the great emperors of Bright Moon's whereabouts. Chapter 3484. Looking through the jade slips one by one, Yang Kai found that most of them were trivial matters. Occasionally, There were some major events, but Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. However, through the information gathered in these jade slips, Yang Kai had some understanding of the internal strife in the demon race. The demon race had never been a peaceful race. Even though they were still at war with the Star Realm, their internal strife was not peaceful. On the contrary, the flames of war were incessant. Today, the Demon King of this continent and the Demon King of another continent had a dispute. Both sides had gathered a large number of troops to attack each other. Tomorrow, the Demon King of that continent would find helpers to take revenge. In short, some places were in complete chaos. This made Yang Kai more and more convinced that the demon race had too many people. The demon saint intended to use all kinds of methods to whittle down their numbers. Otherwise, they could just throw all of these demon race members into the two-realm battlefield. Only one of the jade slips revealed information that he was somewhat concerned about. The information recorded in this jade slip was about a place called the Eternal Heaven Continent. This continent originally had 6 world gates that led to 6 different continents. However, 4 of the world gates suddenly disappeared a year ago. Not only that, the exits of the remaining 2 world gates were heavily guarded, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. At first glance, there was nothing strange about this information. In the past 10,000 years, the disappearance of the world gates of the continents could be found everywhere. Many continents had disappeared from the map of the demon territory because of this. In the eyes of those who did not know the truth, the Eternal Heaven Continent would undoubtedly follow in the footsteps of those disappeared continents. However, Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he read it. Although the time recorded in this information was not too certain, it matched the time when the War of the Two Realms broke out. In other words, the great emperors of the Bright Moon Continent also fell into the demon territory. The Bright Moon Continent was the great emperors, and the sudden disappearance and was recognized by the star boundary too abnormal. If something really happened to the world gates that the star boundary in the demon territory. In addition, of them first had the some great abnormal reaction, heaven's revelations and then had slowly said that the great emperors of the Bright Moon Continent still had the Eternal Heaven Continent. Therefore, strangely Yang Kai felt that the Bright Moon Continent wasn't without a trace, but should be trapped. This situation could only mean that there was an external force that interfered with these 4 world gates with an excited expression, or even an extremely powerful force that territory for such a long time to collapse. He had finally found some clues. And to be able to have such a powerful force hadn't been in vain. It could only be the demon saint. He promptly took out the map. In other words, before and it was very likely that after seeing the location of the Eternal Heaven Continent, he couldn't help but frown. The only ones who could exchange blows with the demon saint were the great emperors of the great emperors. This made things a little difficult for him. In the blink of an eye, if the Eternal Heaven Continent had a complete train of thought in his mind, it wouldn't be difficult for him to sneak in with the help of the space law with his title as a prince to investigate together. But now that the Eternal Heaven Continent was in the territory of another demon saint, the great emperors of the Bright Moon Continent sacrificed themselves he was for a righteous cause. Yu Meng valued him so much that she didn't hesitate to use the allowing iron blood technique and the others to bring him back to the demon territory. Then, however, they were treated as they fought. It didn't mean that other demon saints the Eternal Heaven Continent. If he rashly ran into someone else's territory with the demon saint on the Eternal Heaven Continent, he would become a laughing stock. If this conjecture was true, but no matter what, the great emperors really had to make a trip to the Eternal Heaven Continent into the Eternal Heaven Continent. He had to figure out whether the great emperors of the Bright Moon Continent were there or not. If they were, then he had to think of a way to rescue them. If they weren't, then he had to continue to inquire for information. But before that, it would be best to let his embodiment advance to half-saint. At that time, his safety would be somewhat guaranteed. Just as he was pondering, a burst of footsteps came from behind him. Yang Kai wrinkled his brows and put away the jade slip and map somewhat unhappily. He thought to himself, why is this Xiao Wu so insensible? I clearly ordered not to let anyone in. He turned his head to look back, and was slightly startled. The person that had arrived wasn't Xiao Wu, but a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure, a charming appearance and red lips. This woman was probably a snow devil. She had long silver hair that hung loosely down to her buttocks, and her skin was whiter than snow. She wore a pure white dress, and she gave off a pure and holy feeling. This kind of pure and holy dress formed an extremely strong visual conflict with her charming and enchanting figure, giving people a kind of surprise that was neither pure nor demonic. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. He was secretly baffled. Is there such a person in the palace? Why haven't I seen her before? But judging from her posture, she seemed to be just a maidservant. She was walking over with a tray, on which there was a cup of crimson blood wine, and a bunch of grape-like spirit fruits. Their eyes met, and the woman smiled, making the world lose its color in an instant. Only this smile was enough to make Yang Kai's mind fall into a trance. Fortunately, the soul-warming lotus emitted a cool aura that woke him up abruptly. In an instant, alarm bells rang in his heart and Yang Kai's face sank. He slapped the pool of water, and under the stimulation of his emperor chi, turned the pool of water into countless tiny droplets that flew towards Snow Demon. Each droplet was supported by Yang Kai's emperor chi, and was incredibly heavy. A trace of surprise flashed across Snow Demon's beautiful eyes, obviously not expecting Yang Kai to recover so quickly and react so quickly and decisively, directly attacking her. Seeing the countless droplets approaching, Snow Demon smiled and raised her hand, causing the tens of thousands of droplets infused with Emperor Chi by Yang Kai to strangely float in front of her, as if frozen in place. When she looked again, Yang Kai had taken advantage of the moment her sleeve blocked his vision to leap into the air, his aura surging as he mercilessly struck out with his palm. Snow Demon's face warmed. Yang Kai's action had undoubtedly made her a little angry, so she gently raised her jade-like palm to meet his attack. With a loud bang, a shockwave swept out, causing the tables in the room to crash and the pool of water to churn. Yang Kai was surprised, realizing that he had underestimated this woman. Even if he did not use his full strength, that palm was not something an ordinary demon king could casually take. The fact that the other party could block it so easily showed that she was at least a high-ranked demon king, or even a half-saint. If it was a month ago, Yang Kai might have been a little afraid. He had no way to resist the might of a half-saint, but now that his embodiment had become the master of Cloud Shadow, his embodiment had a unique advantage on this continent. Even if the other party was really a half-saint, he was not afraid. If she provoked him, he would release his embodiment and guarantee that he would beat her until even her mother couldn't recognize him. When the time came, he would let her know how strong he was. When he landed, Yang Kai had already summoned his myriad sword and pointed it at Snow Demon. With his nose in the air, he shouted with an insufferably arrogant look, "Who are you, lowly slave?" Snow Demon's unhappy little face suddenly fell, and the plate in her hand trembled slightly. Obviously, she was very angry. Her beautiful eyes stared coldly at Yang Kai and said indifferently, "What did you say?" The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She seemed to be smiling, but in fact, there was not the slightest hint of a smile. "You should have heard what I said. Quickly tell me your name, and I will spare your life." Yang Kai coldly snorted before taking out a set of clothes from his space ring and wrapping them around his waist to cover his vitals. He had been completely naked before, but there was nothing he could do about it. This woman had come too suddenly, so he hadn't had time to put on any clothes. No matter what the other party's intentions were, just the fact that she had entered uninvited was enough to make Yang Kai hostile. He did not remember having such a female demon king under his command. The other party's strength was not weak, so she was obviously not from the Cloud Shadow continent, or even the Blue Origin continent. It was ridiculous that this lowly slave disguised herself as a maid and approached him. He did not know what her purpose was. "You have guts, daring to speak to this queen like this." Snow Demon was obviously on the verge of exploding in anger, but she inexplicably laughed again. "You also have guts, daring to barge in when a man is bathing. Aren't you afraid that something will happen between a man and a woman alone?" As he spoke, he deliberately looked up and down, as if he wanted to use his eyes to do something to her. Snow Demon faintly asked, "What do you want to happen?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, whatever happens will happen." Snow Demon looked at him strangely for a moment before suddenly covering her mouth and giggling. Although she looked pure and holy, that didn't mean she couldn't understand Yang Kai's words. On the contrary, this kind of giggling made her seem even more charming. "What are you laughing at? Is it that funny? If you dare laugh again, I'll knock your teeth out." Yang Kai looked at her with his nostrils and cursed in his heart. Why were all the women in the old demon's territory so bold and unrestrained? Yu Meng was like this, and this snow demon was also like this. He was now almost naked, but she did not know how to avoid suspicion. After a long while, Snow Devil stopped smiling and slowly shook her head. Her beautiful hair fluttered behind her back like a silver fairy. I was going to punish you severely, but seeing how interesting you are, I'll just give you a small punishment as a warning. After a pause, she tilted her head to look at Yang Kai and said, but then again, if Yu Meng knew that you were teasing this queen like this, do you think she would teach you a lesson? Yang Kai frowned and said arrogantly, it's not certain who will teach who a lesson, but your tone is as big as your guts. Chapter 3485. Seeing Yang Kai act so arrogantly, Snow Demon was taken aback. She hadn't expected that he wouldn't even put Yu Meng in his eyes. Her beautiful eyes carefully examined Yang Kai before a look of realization appeared on her face, and she said in shock, she's really willing to spend so much on you. Yang Kai was baffled by these words, but before he could think about it, Xiao Wu stumbled in from outside the door, followed by Li Shiqing, who lived next door. Obviously, she had also heard the commotion and ran over to take a look. However, when she saw Yang Kai's nearly naked body, Li Shiqing quickly covered her eyes and turned around. Asterisk crash. Asterisk 2 rows of soldiers rushed in from outside, led by Lao Ku, filling up the room. Just now, although Yang Kai had only fought with Snow Demon for a short time, the noise it had caused was not small. If Lao Ku hadn't noticed this, then he would have been too negligent. After all, he was the city palace's commander. Great King, what happened? Lao Ku asked in alarm. Yang Kai immediately cursed. A bunch of trash, someone has sneaked in and you don't even know? What does this king need you for? Even if this Snow Demon was a half-saint, and Lao Ku wasn't her match, allowing her to break into his room was still a big mistake. At the very least, he should have noticed. Only then did Lao Ku notice that there was an enchanting woman with silver hair in the room, causing sweat to appear on his forehead as he cupped his fists and said, please calm your anger, great king. Raising his head again, he stared at Snow Demon's back with eyes filled with anger. Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand and said, what are you standing around for? Take her down. Just now, he hadn't been able to test the depths of this woman's strength, but now he could use Lao Ku to test her. Lao Ku immediately obeyed, suppressing his anger as his demonic chi surged, and he slammed his palm towards Snow Demon's shoulder. Halfway through, his palm turned into a claw, obviously intending to capture her first. Although Lao Ku was old, he was still a high-ranked demon king. However, Snow Devil seemed to have not noticed. She still stood there calmly, and then slowly turned half of her body. Her beautiful eyes glanced sideways at Lao Ku, and the corners of her mouth hooked up into a smile as she quietly looked at him. When their eyes met, Lao Ku's pupils abruptly shrank to the size of a needle tip. The aura of a high-grade devil king burst out like snowflakes under the blazing sun, instantly disappearing without a trace. His palm abruptly stopped when it was less than 3 inches away from Snow Devil's slender palm. The strong wind brought about by the palm blew Snow Devil's hair, causing her snow-like hair to flutter in the wind. Time seemed to stop. The sweat on Lao Ku's forehead became even denser, converging into bean-sized beads of sweat that slid down his cheeks, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Wu couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands as she looked at Snow Demon's face in shock. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned. He looked at Xiao Wu, then at Lao Ku. He suddenly felt that the situation had become a little complicated. He could clearly see fear in Lao Ku's eyes. Lao Ku knew this woman? What was her background? She could actually make a high-ranked demon king feel fear. Was it really as he had guessed, a half-saint? While he was still in shock, Lao Ku had already hurriedly retracted his hand and knelt down on one knee. He lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, Lao Ku greets the Holy Sovereign. In an instant, the demon race soldiers who had been eyeing Snow Demon covetously also knelt down. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at Snow Demon in front of him in disbelief. Holy Sovereign, he had clearly heard what Lao Ku had called this woman. In the entire demon territory, the title of Holy Sovereign was only given to the 12 holy sovereigns who stood at the peak. Even the half-saint subordinates didn't have the qualifications to be called Holy Sovereign. This woman was actually a demon saint. Yang Kai was instantly drenched in cold sweat. This wasn't good. He had originally thought that the person who had come was at most a half-saint. Now that he had joined forces with his embodiment to occupy Cloud Shadow, he didn't need to be too afraid of a half-saint. However, if the other party was a demon saint, then the situation would be completely different. Even with the convenience of Cloud Shadow, and the embodiment being the master of Cloud Shadow, the two of them wouldn't be able to do anything to the other party. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. If she was a demon saint, she should have just revealed her identity. Why did she have to sneak in as a servant girl? No wonder Lao Ke and the others didn't discover her. It would be strange if a demon saint had entered this place. However, in any case, this matter would be difficult to resolve. Yang Kai didn't know why the demon saint had come to Cloud Shadow, but it was obvious that she had come for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have quietly approached him. Fortunately, he had the soul-warming lotus. Otherwise, he would have fallen into the other party's trap. The situation was worrying. After Lao Ke called out the two words Holy Sovereign, Yang Kai's eyes drifted left and right, looking for a way to escape. At this time, he had already made a decision in his heart. He immediately urged the law of space to escape from here. No matter what the other party's intentions were, a demon saint wasn't something he could fight against right now. If he really fell into the hands of the other party, he was afraid that even death would be an extravagant hope. She wasn't like Yu Meng. Yu Meng had the heart seal secret technique to restrain him. No matter how he treated her, Yu Meng wouldn't really do anything to him. This woman's mental state didn't seem normal. Who knew if she had prepared some kind of torture waiting for him? But just as he urged the law of space, Snow Demon suddenly looked back and said with a smile, "Where do you think you're going?" Saying so, she gently raised her hand and flicked her finger in the direction of Yang Kai. Heaven and earth were imprisoned, and the law of space collapsed. Yang Kai, whose figure had just drifted a little, was suddenly pulled back from the void. With a bang, he felt a pain in his head. In an instant, he saw stars and his vision turned upside down. His whole body was sent flying backwards, hitting the wall and falling to the ground. When Kai Yang stood up again, he grimaced in pain. Reaching out to touch his forehead, he was shocked to feel a large bulge. Looking up, he saw Snow Demon smiling at him. A mischievous look on her face as she walked towards him, step by step. Yang Kai quickly raised his hand. "If you have something to say, let's talk it out. Gentlemen use their mouths and not their fists, all right?" Snow Demon smiled sweetly, a very moving sight. But Yang Kai felt that this smile was more sinister than anything else. He smiled bitterly in his heart as he thought to himself, what an unlucky year. While he was staying in the city palace, a demon saint had actually come knocking on his door. Now the only one who could save him was Yu Meng. But that woman was still in the Phantom Continent, hundreds of millions of kilometers away. By the time she received the news, his bones would have already turned cold. Using our mouths and not our fists, Snow Demon pursed her lips into a smile, causing her red lips to become even more lustrous. "You really are a gentleman. Did you enjoy scolding me just now?" Speaking up to this point, her voice had already become somewhat cold. That cheap slut had really angered her. She was one of the 12 dignified demon saint, so when had she ever been insulted like this? Even when Yu Meng was scolded by him, she still had to pester him, let alone a strange woman. Yang Kai solemnly said, "What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. I hope Holy Senior won't take it to heart." In other words, if Holy Senior was bathing in the fragrant soup, and someone suddenly came in without invitation, how would Holy Senior react? When Lao Ke, who was half kneeling on the ground, heard this, his back was immediately drenched in sweat. He thought to himself, this king really dares to say anything. This Holy Senior is a woman, but he actually dares to mention the matter of bathing in the fragrant soup in front of her. Snow Demon lightly said, "Naturally, I would kill you and then extract your soul, making you suffer for eternity. But how can you be compared to this Holy Senior? Don't worry, this holy senior won't kill you. At most, this holy senior will just rip off your tongue. Yang Kai bared his teeth, seeing that not only did Snow Demon's aura not decrease, but it also increased as she approached him. He knew that today's matter could not be settled peacefully. Immediately, evil thoughts rose in his heart, and he became angry. Although this king's strength is not as strong as yours, I'm afraid that it won't be easy for the holy senior to rip off my tongue. If the holy senior insists on doing this king can only fight to the death. He held the myriad sword in front of him, and his expression suddenly became as calm as an ancient well. Snow Demon chuckled. Now this is interesting. If you don't resist, this holy senior won't be able to enjoy myself to my heart's content. Fuck you, Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Today's matter was purely undeserved. If Snow Demon did not sneak in, there would not be so many troublesome matters. Seeing this woman approaching step by step, Yang Kai hurriedly restrained his thoughts, and did not dare to let his guard down in the slightest. Heaven and earth buzzed, and everyone in the room felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on their chests. At this moment, making it difficult for them to breathe, who had always demon generals and demon general with lower cultivation, different temperament, even had blood flowing out of their face was covered in scars. 10 steps, an extremely terrifying aura gushed out from her body, Demon and Yang Kai were getting closer and incomparably dignified. And the demon saint's eyes were filled with anger. Suddenly, as she was standing in the clouds, Yang Kai, have you had enough? Beings. As soon as this was said, Snow Demon, who was almost in front of Yang Kai, was surprisingly finally stopped in her tracks. Yang Kai turned her head and smiled gently. And he immediately realized what was going on. Are you afraid that I will really rip off your man's tongue? This kind of thing with the guard by Yaolin's side. You can try. Breaking through the seal of space, Yang Kai showed a look of surprise as he looked through the gap and Snow Demon's descended, and found that the person who had just spoken was none other than exactly the same as the guard by Yao from the Phantom Continent to Cloud Shadow. A wisp of Yu Rumeng's soul had descended on her. Chapter 3486. Only now did he understand why Yu Meng felt at ease coming to Cloud Shadow Continent alone, and even let Xiao Wu follow him. Yang Kai thought that Yu Meng wanted Xiao Wu to be her personal servant and monitor him, so that he wouldn't fool around outside. But now it seemed that Xiao Wu was the carrier prepared for today's soul descent. Soul descent was not easy, and it was not as if as long as one was strong enough, one could simply descend into anyone's body. There must be a variety of secret techniques in advance. If not for this snow demon called Bailey Mo coming here today, and pressuring her step by step, Yu Meng obviously would not have shown up. Yang Kai even suspected that this Bailey Mo did it deliberately, otherwise with her ability, if she really wanted to teach him a lesson, why would she go through so much trouble? The one she really wanted to find was Yu Meng, and threatening Yang Kai was just one of her methods. If she wanted to find Yu Meng, she could have just gone to Phantom Continent's holy city. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Bailey Mo chuckled and said, "Not to mention just a wisp of soul. Even if your body was here, do you think this senior would be afraid of you?" Both were demon saint, so Bailey Mo really was not afraid of Yu Meng. Turning her head, she looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "I'll pull out his tongue and break his teeth now." "You dare?" Yu Meng shouted. "If you dare touch a single hair on his head, this senior will not leave a single chicken or dog in your proud snow continent." As soon as these words came out, Bailey Mo stared at Yu Meng in a daze, a look of disbelief on her face. After a while, she suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, almost to the point of tears. Yu Meng looked at her coldly, then glanced at Yang Kai worriedly. Yang Kai shrugged, only thinking that Bailey Mo's nerves were really abnormal. A dignified demon saint could actually have such violent mood swings. After a while, Bailey Mo's laughter subsided and she looked at Yang Kai with interest and said, "I was just a little suspicious at first. I didn't expect it to be true. Did you really use that secret technique on him?" "None of your business." Yu Meng coldly snorted. Bailey Mo sighed. "The secret of the heart seal is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You've invested too much in him, is it worth it?" Yu Meng still said, "It's none of your business." Bailey Mo nodded slowly, as if she didn't care at all. She even reached out her hand and lifted Yang Kai's chin. Kai Yang's face was filled with disgust, but due to the situation, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only turn his head and shake off her teasing. His face was blank. He felt like the roles had been reversed. Shouldn't he be the one teasing her? Bailey Mo snorted. "You have quite the temper. Don't think that Yu Meng can save you. She's just a strand of her divine soul. She can't do anything to me." Yang Kai sighed and said, "If you guys have something to talk about, just don't involve me." Bailey Mo snorted. "I like to involve you." Saying so, her jade hand gently hooked around Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai was shocked and instinctively wanted to resist, but an irresistible force passed from her jade hand, instantly making him unable to move. In the next moment, her jade hand pressed down and Yang Kai lowered his head, burying his face in a very soft and fragrant place. Staring with wide eyes, he could even see a white ravine with the help of the weak light. "Damn, what's going on?" Yang Kai was stunned. Instinctively, he took a deep breath. His mouth and nose were filled with that sweet and sticky smell, making him linger on and forget to return. His blood vessels were swelling. "You court death." Hearing Yu Meng's gritted teeth roar, Yang Kai didn't even need to look to imagine her angry appearance. She could tolerate Yang Kai, Su Yan, and the others running amok. She could even tolerate Yang Kai indulging in debauchery outside. But she absolutely couldn't tolerate Bei Emoli taking liberties with Yang Kai. This woman was her natural enemy. They had been enemies for tens of thousands of years, and had always been entangled with each other. Over the years they had both won and lost. At this time she didn't hesitate to tease Yang Kai. It was nothing more than a show of force. Otherwise, how could a dignified demon saint act so absurdly? Bailey Mo ignored her and simply whispered into Yang Kai's ear, "Little brat, what that woman Yu Meng can give you, this senior can also give you, and even better. How about you come with me?" Yang Kai said in a muffled voice, "Nothing much. Meng and I are in love with each other. The heavens and earth can bear witness to our unswerving loyalty. How can a woman like you try to sow discord between us with just a few words? Baliemo sneered. In love with each other, in love with each other? Not necessarily, right? Do you know what kind of secret technique she used on you? She's a succubus demon. What you're feeling right now is fake. It's the effect of that secret technique. If you come with me, I can help you dispel that secret technique. Yang Kai thought to himself. Father already knew. Moreover, that bullshit secret technique was already broken by me. Why would I need you to give me advice in hindsight? Immediately, he refused without hesitation. No need, we're very good. It's like this now. And it will be like this in the future. Ruming and I will love each other forever. Even when the seas dry up and the rocks crumble, our hearts will never change. On the other side, when the furious Yu Ruming heard this, most of her anger disappeared in an instant, and the tenderness in her eyes seemed to be able to melt everything in the world. Baliemo snorted. She also knew that under the effect of the secret technique, whether it was Yang Kai or Yu Ruming, both of them would view each other as the most important person in each other's lives. It was impossible to move them with just a few words. However, she had managed to grab hold of Yu Ruming's little tail with great difficulty, so she was a little unwilling to let go just like that. Yang Kai then said, As for you, I advise you to hurry up and leave, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Although this position was pleasurable, it was really embarrassing. Being pressed on the chest by a woman and unable to move. Even if the other party was a demon saint, it would only make him a laughingstock if word got out. Oh, Baliemo didn't have any intention of teasing him, and was about to let go. But when she heard this, she calmed down and said with a smile, What are you going to do to this senior? After a strange muffled groan, Baliemo hurriedly retreated, a touch of red appearing on her white face as she glared in front of her. Just now, this man had mercilessly bitten her, and although it wasn't a vital place, it still bit her chest. I warned you. Yang Kai looked at her and sneered. Baliemo's face was cold as ice as she gloomily said, You are courting death. Murderous intent filled her eyes as her hair fluttered without wind. Behind her, Yu Ruming said indifferently, I'm not afraid to tell you. This senior has already set off for Proud Snow Continent. If you don't want Proud Snow Continent to be destroyed by this senior, you'd better behave yourself. If it was another continent, Baliemo might not care too much. But Proud Snow Continent was the place where she made her fortune, and was incomparably important to her. This trip to find Yang Kai was also because of Proud Snow Continent. If Yu Ruming really destroyed Proud Snow Continent, it would have a huge impact on her. Baliemo knew that with Yu Ruming as a hindrance, there was no way she could do anything to Yang Kai, unless she was prepared to completely shed all pretense of cordiality. She couldn't help but coldly snort, gritting her teeth and glaring at Yang Kai. I'll deal with you later. Withdrawing her murderous intent, she turned to look at Yu Ruming and said, Let's talk. What do you want to talk about? Yu Ruming looked at her and asked. Baliemo smiled gently. Then her divine sense surged as she communicated with Yu Ruming. No one knew the content of the conversation between the two demon saints, but from the changes in the expressions of the two, it was obvious that some dispute had occurred, and finally reached a certain degree of compromise. After a long time, Baliemo said, Then it's settled. Turning to look at Yang Kai, she smiled and said, This senior will wait for you. Finished speaking, she flicked her sleeves and walked away. Psycho, Yang Kai muttered, reaching out and rubbing his forehead. Just now, he had been flicked by that woman, causing a big bump to appear on his head, which had not disappeared yet. That woman was really heavy-handed. If it had been someone else who had been flicked by her like that, they would have lost half their life. Everyone leave. Yu Ruming raised her hand. Lao Ku and the others quickly obeyed and retreated. After the door closed, Yu Ruming looked at Yang Kai and asked with concern, Are you okay? Yang Kai's face was filled with lingering fear as he slowly shook his head and said, I'm fine. But that woman, what's the situation? Yu Ruming sighed. She came to you for help. Yang Kai sneered. Then I don't see the slightest sincerity. After pondering for a moment he said, Realm gates? If there was anything he could help the demon saint now, it would be to repair and maintain the realm gates. His actions in Cloud Shadow would certainly not be hidden from the observation of those who were interested. Cloud Shadow now had 3 realm gates, 2 of which were repaired by Yang Kai. Yu Ruming had also said before that many realm gates in the demon territory were abnormal. Yu Ruming's territory was like this, and the other demon saints' territories were also the same. Since Yang Kai had the ability to repair them, he would naturally be targeted by those demon saint. It was just that Bei Limo's territory was very close to Yu Ruming's territory, so she was the first to come. In other words, even if there was no Bei Limo today, there would be Nan Limo and Dong Limo in the future. Yu Ruming nodded and said, "It is the realm gate. She wants you to go to her territory and repair the disappeared realm gates and stabilize the other realm gates." You agreed? Yang Kai frowned. Yu Ruming sighed. What can I do if I don't agree? This kind of thing will happen sooner or later. Although she asked Xiao Wu to follow Yang Kai to prevent something like today from happening, she also knew that since Yang Kai had this ability, he would attract the attention of other demon saints sooner or later. Instead of letting those demon saint join forces to pressure her, it was better to plan early. Moreover, Yang Kai had this ability to rely on, so no one in the demon territory would dare to take his life. What price did she pay? Yang Kai asked. 5,000 million demon pills. Oh, what a big deal. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said unceremoniously, "Give me half." Chapter 3487. Yu Rumeng laughed and said, "What do you want the million demons elixir for?" Although Yang Kai had become the demon race in the astral world, and had a demonic nature, the million demons elixir should be useless to him. Taking it would only harm him. Why do you care? Just tell me if you will give it to me or not. Yu Rumeng knew about the existence of the embodiment, but at this time, he did not intend to tell her in detail, lest she think too much. But then again, the cloud shadow was Yu Rumeng's territory. The embodiment had now refined the origin of the cloud shadow, and became the master of this continent. If her original body really came here, she would definitely find some clues. After all, the demon saint was not so easy to deceive, but now she was just a wisp of her divine soul. So Yang Kai was not worried about the matter being exposed. Yes, I will give it all to you. Although 5,000 million demons elixir was not a small amount, almost equivalent to the total harvest of hundreds of continents, Yu Rumeng really did not take it seriously. She had been a demon saint for many years, and had accumulated countless million demons elixir in her hands. While speaking, Yu Rumeng glanced at him, which made Yang Kai shudder involuntarily and look away. If Yu Rumeng was herself, this posture would definitely be pleasing to the eye and make people restless. The key was that the object of her soul was Xiao Wu. This girl's figure was not bad, but the crisscrossing scars on her face like centipedes were really disgusting. Yang Kai did not dare to look at her, who knew that Yu Rumeng would not let it go. She walked directly to him, grabbed his collar with one hand, stared up at him and gritted her teeth. "Why don't you look at me? Do you think I am ugly now?" Yang Kai quickly glanced at her and quickly looked away. "This is Xiao Wu's face, not yours. What does it have to do with you whether it is ugly or not?" Yu Rumeng said angrily, "Well, you stinky men are really the same. When you see a beautiful woman, you can't bear to look away, but when you see an ugly woman you disdain. If I become so ugly one day, won't you not even want to look at me?" How could this matter be tangled up? Yang Kai really didn't know what she was thinking. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Stop messing around. You're a grand demon saint. Who can ruin your appearance?" Yu Rumeng gritted her teeth and said, "I will scratch my face now and come to you immediately. I'd like to see how you react." Yang Kai originally didn't want to pay attention to her. This woman was clearly pestering him endlessly, but thinking that if he ignored her, she might really do such a thing. At that time, there would be no end to this matter. Sighing in his heart, he lowered his head and looked in front of him. At this moment his eyes became tender and sweet. He said in a low voice, "Rumeng, no matter what you become, my feelings for you will never change. What I said just now was not for Bei Liemo to hear, but my words from the bottom of my heart." At the same time, Yang Kai grabbed one of her hands and placed it on his chest, as if letting her touch his conscience. After speaking, he slowly and firmly leaned over, his eyes fixed on her. Yu Rumeng didn't move, as if she was stupid, but her violently trembling eyes and eyelashes showed the fluctuations of her inner emotions. Just when Yang Kai's lips were about to touch hers, Yu Rumeng suddenly turned around and stepped back from him. Biting her red lips, she said, "Little Wu, you also want to kiss me? You really have no taboos." Yang Kai smiled slightly. At this moment, he felt a little gentle like jade. "Since your divine soul has descended, then the one standing in front of me is not little Wu, but the person in my dreams." He secretly exclaimed in his heart, "That was close. I almost made the play real." Fortunately, he was sure that Yu Rumeng wouldn't let him have any intimate contact with other women. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. Sure enough, it was useful to take risks. However, this last sentence had undoubtedly completely defeated Yu Rumeng's psychological defense. At this moment, the dignified demon saint showed a shy expression like a little girl. She said in a happy and angry tone, "You still have some conscience. Seeing that you performed well, I won't argue with you about what happened just now." Yang Kai was at a loss. What happened just now? Yu Rumeng glared at him. "Don't you know what happened?" Only then did Yang Kai realize that she was referring to the matter of Bei Liemo pressing him on her chest. He immediately complained, "You can't blame me. She is a demon saint. If she really wanted to deal with me, I couldn't resist. Humph. Yu Ruming curled her lips and squinted at Yang Kai. Did you feel good? Yang Kai immediately showed a warm expression. This is the shame of this king's life. Sooner or later, I will make her pay the price. He said it as if it was true. In fact, it felt quite good. Alright, I said I won't bicker with you, so I won't bicker with you. But you really have to be careful of that bitch. Although I agreed to let you go to her territory to repair the world gate, she definitely won't give up so easily. She and I have always been on bad terms, so don't fall into her trap. Yang Kai frowned and said, Can I not go? He had just obtained some clues about the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. Originally, he wanted to go to the Eternal Sky continent as soon as possible. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? He didn't know if the Eternal Sky continent was in Bailey Mo's territory. If it was, he could go there. If not, it would be a waste of time. Bailey Mo's territory bordered Yu Ruming's territory. On the map, the Eternal Sky continent was very far away. Yang Kai estimated that the chances of the Eternal Sky continent being Bailey Mo's territory were very slim. Yu Ruming smiled bitterly and said, You can't avoid this matter. The reason why I tried so hard to bring you back to the demon territory was because of the realm gate. If the other demon saint knew about your ability, how could they abandon you? You will have to work harder. For a long time in the future, you may be running around the various continents in the demon territory. As for your safety, you don't have to worry too much. With me here, they won't do anything to you. At this point, Yang Kai also knew that he couldn't resist. However, Yu Ruming's next words made his eyes light up. If it was as she said, and the other demon saint valued his ability to repair the realm gate, then he would be able to enter the Eternal Sky continent sooner or later. However, this matter should be done sooner rather than later. If it was delayed too long, it wouldn't be good if something happened to Bright Moon. After muttering to himself for a while, Yang Kai asked, Then when should I go to Bailey Mo's place? Yu Ruming said, In a few days. First, you should deal with the realm gate in my territory. By the way, now that you have a way to repair the realm gate, and can even reopen the realm gates that have disappeared for many years, do you have the confidence to find the missing continents? Yang Kai shook his head and said, The reason why those realm gates can be repaired is because the connected continents still exist. There are some traces that can be found, but I can't do anything about the missing continents. These words weren't all lies. With his own strength, he really couldn't find the missing continents. However, if he had the help of the Return to Ruins, then it would be different. Only he knew the situation of the Blood Flame continent. Perhaps even Yu Ruming and the other demon saint didn't know that once the continents disappeared, the plates that were separated from the demon territory would completely collapse, and all life would be extinguished. Even if he could find them, it would be meaningless. However, he didn't give her a definite answer and continued, Perhaps when my attainments in the law of space are deeper, I will have some ideas. Yu Ruming wasn't too disappointed by this, and only tried her best to say a few words to Yang Kai, and didn't ask any more. After that, Yang Kai asked her a few more questions about the two-realm battlefield, and learned that the battle there had escalated. The half-saint and false emperor frequently appeared on the battlefield, and fought to the death. Both sides had suffered casualties. This made Yang Kai's heart tremble. It hadn't been long, but the battle was already so intense. If it continued for a few more years, he didn't know if the astral territory would be able to hold on. Before coming to the demon territory, he wasn't too clear about the strength of the demon territory. However, after coming to the demon territory, he discovered that the number of top experts in the demon territory was much higher than in the astral. Even if both sides suffered losses, the demon territory wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Once the demon saint and the great emperor stepped onto the battlefield, the final battle would begin. There was still time. Yongkai was worried. He didn't know what he could do in the demon territory, and how he could help. Even if he could borrow the power of Cloud Shadow to stir up the situation in the demon territory, the power of an entire continent couldn't shake the foundation of the demon territory. Yu Ruming had already left. Yongkai carried the unconscious Xiaowu back to her room. Soul descent still had some side effects on Xiaowu. Although Yu Ruming had restrained her strength to the greatest extent, the divine soul of the great devil saint was not something Xiaowu could withstand. Therefore, after Yu Ruming left, Xiaowu fell limply to the ground. Yongkai didn't doubt that if Yu Ruming had really fought with Bai Liemo just now, regardless of the outcome, Xiaowu would have undoubtedly died. After settling Xiaowu down, he walked out of the room and saw Li Shiqing standing timidly at the door. Their eyes met, and Li Shiqing's expression was a little complicated, and also a little fearful. "What's the matter?" Yongkai tilted his head and looked at her. Li Shiqing pursed her red lips, wanting to say something but hesitating. However, after a while, she didn't make the slightest sound. Yongkai was impatient and turned to leave, but he didn't expect her to suddenly grab his sleeve. Yongkai sighed and said, "If you have something to say, say it. If you don't bother me. I have enough things to do today." Li Shiqing mustered up her courage and said, "Can I follow you?" "Follow me? Follow me where?" He couldn't let her hear what he said to Yu Ruming just now. What did she mean by that? "I mean, when you go out in the future, can you take me with you?" Li Shiqing looked up at him, and then quickly lowered her head. Yongkai frowned, thinking, "What can I do with a little doormat like you?" It was because of this reason that he had left her in the city palace. Just as he was about to refuse, his heart suddenly moved, and he looked up at the corner of the corridor. Over there, Boya's head quickly shrank back. Yongkai looked at Li Shiqing thoughtfully, and suddenly understood why she had made such a request. She couldn't stand Boya's harassment anymore. "Get over here." Yongkai looked up at the corner. "Why are you sneaking around? Do you think I'm blind?" Chapter 3488. After being exposed by Yang Kai, Boya had no choice but to walk over unwillingly. She squeezed out a smile and greeted him. What a coincidence, you're here too. Yang Kai stared at her and pointed at Li Shiqing, saying, Stay away from her in the future. If you dare to disturb her again, I'll break your legs. Boya's face turned pale and she said angrily, Don't go too far. This is my freedom. Who are you to control me? Yang Kai sneered and didn't say anything. He took out the soul puppet slowly, bent his finger, and pointed it at the soul puppet's forehead. As if he was about to flick it, Boya immediately covered her forehead with her hand and took a few steps back. She said with fear in her eyes, Don't be impulsive. Let's talk things over. Do you remember what I said? Yang Kai asked seriously. Boya looked unwilling, but she could only nod. Yang Kai then turned to look at Li Shiqing and said, Come find me if you have any problems in the future. Li Shiqing gave an, Oh, and showed a grateful expression. Yang Kai waved his hand and left, leaving Boya looking at Li Shiqing with a bitter face. Her eyes were filled with despair, and she was about to cry, but she only received an apologetic smile. After returning to his room, Yang Kai studied the map of the demon territory again. He looked at the place where the realm gate connected to the Eternal Heaven continent was. He also called Lao Ku and asked him some questions. Only then did he have some clues. The next day he set off alone. Since he had promised Yu Ru Meng to deal with the realm gate in her territory, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to delay. The war in the two-realm battlefield had escalated, and the final battle between the human and demon races could come at any time. There wasn't much time left for him and the great emperors. Yu Ru Meng controlled as many as 50 to 60 continents, and nearly half of them had half-saint overseeing them. In other words, Yu Ru Meng alone had 20 to 30 half-saint subordinates. Bai Zhuo and Yu Sang were only two of them. If Yu Ru Meng alone was like this, then the other 11 demon saint subordinates were similar as well. In the entire demon territory, there were nearly 300 half-saint level powerhouses. This was an extremely terrifying number. Yang Kai didn't know how many fake emperors there were in the astral boundary, but it was impossible for there to be so many of them. It would be a miracle if there were even half of the fake emperors here. Every half-saint was the master of a continent. Of course, among the many continents, there were also ownerless lands like Cloud Shadow, which accounted for almost half of the total. However, these ownerless continents always had the opportunity to give birth to a new half-saint. This was why Bai Zhuo had said that the number of territories one had was directly related to the strength of a demon saint. This wasn't just because the more territories one had, the more myriad demon pills they could obtain. A considerable part of the reason was the number of half-saint subordinates they had. Yang Kai finally understood why Bai Zhuo was so friendly to him at that time. He even didn't hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality with Yu Sang to protect his safety. Of course, it was because of Yu Ru Meng, and also because he didn't get along with Yu Sang, but more importantly, he needed to use Yang Kai's law of space. As a half-saint, Bai Zhuo also had his own continent. The situation of his continent was almost the same as that of Cloud Shadow. Most of the world gates had disappeared, and only two were left. One of them was extremely unstable, and no one had dared to enter or leave through that world gate in the past 100 years. Since he needed Yang Kai's help, he naturally had to treat Yang Kai with special respect. Cloud Shadow was an ownerless land, so Yu Ru Meng let him come here first. There must be the intention of letting Yang Kai experiment with Cloud Shadow. If Yang Kai could really repair the world gate, it would be great. If he couldn't repair it, even if the last world gate was destroyed, it wouldn't be a big loss. Anyway, the last world gate in Cloud Shadow would disappear within 100 years, so it didn't make much difference if it disappeared earlier or later. Now Yang Kai's performance in Cloud Shadow could be described as amazing. Not only did he maintain the stability of the last world gate, but he even repaired the two world gates that had disappeared. Only then did Yu Ru Meng feel relieved and let him work hard. Nearly 1/5 of the continents under her control had more or less problems with the world gates. In serious cases, the world gates had disappeared, and in minor cases, the world gates were unstable. They all needed the help of Yang Kai. Before leaving, Yu Meng told him the locations and names of these continents. She also said that she would let each continent fully cooperate with him and satisfy any request he had. Therefore, Yang Kai's trip could be said to be extremely smooth. Every time he arrived at a continent, he would be warmly received. He even got to know several half-saint who were overseeing their own continents. Since they had a request, these half-saint naturally wouldn't put on a high and mighty attitude like Yu Sang. What's more, Yu Meng seemed to value Yang Kai very much. Yu Sang only had a small conflict with Yang Kai, but was sent to the two-realm battlefield by Yu Meng and was not allowed to return without imperial orders. With Yu Sang as an example, how could they dare to be careless? They even guessed that this human who was proficient in the law of space was the Lord's gigolo. Although their lord was born as a succubus demon, her reputation was still very good. They had never heard of any strange rumors about her with the opposite sex. Suddenly, she favored a human so much, it was hard to guarantee that others wouldn't think too much. However, in this way, it was convenient for Yang Kai to do things. Everywhere he went, his requests were met. Many half-saint called him brothers. Those demon kings who didn't have a half-saint overseeing the continents didn't dare to slight him. They practically treated him like a grandfather. The name of Prince Yang Kai was also widely spread in Yu Meng's territory, so that the demon race at the bottom had heard of him. It took Yang Kai a full month to deal with the realm gates of more than 10 continents. During this time, he also secretly found 2 other continents that had disappeared. Including the Blood Flame continent, 3 continents had already been swallowed by the sealed world bead. There were more than 3 continents that had disappeared from Yu Meng's territory. According to the information obtained by Yang Kai, there were 6 continents. However, the other 3 continents needed to be entered through different continents. Currently, the realm gates of the 3 continents had no problems, so Yang Kai couldn't casually enter to avoid arousing suspicion. After the sealed world bead swallowed 2 more continents, its area expanded again. Moreover, the law of heaven and earth within the demon territory had become much more dense and condensed. Yang Kai even suspected that if it swallowed more continents, the sealed world bead would become another demon territory. The only thing that Yang Kai felt was a pity was that he didn't obtain the omnipotent demon pill from these 2 continents. It was because these 2 continents had disappeared for too long, and even the nest of myriad demons had collapsed. Naturally, he couldn't obtain the omnipotent demon pill. Yang Kai originally thought that he could obtain the omnipotent demon pill enough to promote his Dharmakaya to a half-saint, so he was slightly disappointed. As soon as he returned from the disappeared continent, Yang Kai slightly identified the direction. Before he could move, he saw a stream of light rapidly approaching him from afar. The stream of light was like a flash of lightning, and its speed was somewhat ridiculous. Before it even arrived, a terrifying pressure had already hit him in the face. Yang Kai's expression changed. He looked back at the void that was bitten by the return to ruins, and thought to himself, this is bad. Because he wanted to search for the disappeared continent, Yang Kai ordered the demon kings of this continent to scatter around 100 miles away. He didn't let them come forward, and only told others that he was trying to repair the realm gate here. In any case, they wouldn't know what he had done here. It would only take a few days for the gap that was bitten by the return to ruins to automatically repair itself. At that time, there would be no trace of him at all. Who would have thought that someone would actually come over at this time? Moreover, judging from the aura, it was surprisingly a half-saint. Didn't the half-saint of this continent already go to the 2-realm battlefield? Could it be that he had coincidentally returned at this time? It was definitely too late to cover up his tracks now. The other party had probably already discovered the situation here. As his thoughts raced, Yang Kai made a decision. Using the law of space, he reached out and punched the gap in the void. The law of space surged, causing the void to become even more chaotic and formless. Although this move couldn't completely cover up his tracks, it could make it difficult for others to see clearly. With a whoosh, the stream of light stopped 100 feet in front of Yang Kai, revealing a tall figure. He glanced curiously at the gap in the void before sizing up Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, "Are you brother Yang Kai?" During this period of time, He was used to calling the half-saint brothers, so he didn't have much of a reaction to the other party calling him Yang Kai. He nodded and said, "That's me. May I ask who you are?" As soon as the other party appeared, he knew that this half-saint wasn't the master of this continent. According to his understanding, the master of this continent was a female half-saint, and the newcomer was a man. Who is this guy? Why did he come here? Yang Kai was full of doubts. The demon race smiled slightly and said, "Sure enough, it's Brother Yang. It seems that I didn't find the wrong person. I am half-saint Baya, a subordinate of Holy Senior Bailey Mo. I am here to welcome Brother Yang to Proud Snow Continent under the orders of Holy Senior." Yang Kai's face twitched when he heard this. It turned out that this person was a subordinate of Bailey Mo. Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of Bailey Mo. Although this woman was a demon saint, her actions were somewhat absurd. If it weren't for Yu Ru Meng's soul descending last time, he might have suffered a big loss at her hands. However, the other party was polite, so Yang Kai couldn't show a sour face. He could only cup his hands and reply, "So it's Brother Baya." After a pause he laughed and said, "It seems that Holy Senior Bailey Mo's temper is quite impatient." Yu Ru Meng had clearly discussed with her that he would go to her territory after dealing with the matters here, but she still sent a half-saint over. To put it nicely, it was to welcome him, but to be realistic, it was to escort him. This made Yang Kai very unhappy. How could Baya not understand the meaning behind Brother Yang's words? He smiled and said, "Since Brother Yang has the ability to repair the realm gate, Brother Yang is naturally valued by Holy Senior. I hope Brother Yang can forgive me." After a pause he said, "Not only Holy Senior, my brothers are also looking forward to Brother Yang's arrival." The brothers he mentioned were naturally referring to the half-saint like him. Everyone was carrying a sedan chair. Since a half-saint was so polite, what else could Yang Kai say? He could only smile and say, "Brother Baya is too serious. Since the two Holy Seniors have an agreement, this king will do his best." Baya glanced at the void gap and frowned. "Brother Yang, have you dealt with the matters here? It's almost done. It will take a few more days." He had to wait until the void here was completely closed before he could leave. Otherwise, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any mistakes. Chapter 3489. A few days won't hurt. Baya smiled slightly and looked at the gap in the void again. "I have long heard that Brother Yang has a very deep understanding of the law of space. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation." As he spoke, his expression suddenly became solemn as he carefully identified his position, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he asked, "If I remember correctly, the mainland this world gate was connected to has long since disappeared. Could Brother Yang be able to find it?" The law of space in the gap in the void was surging strangely, as if it led to a mysterious place. Even though Baya was not proficient in the law of space, with his cultivation level as a half-saint, he could see some clues. It was no wonder that the Lord valued this human so much, and even asked him to come and meet him personally. When Baya first received this task, he was very tired of it. To think that he, a half-saint, had to travel hundreds of millions of miles just to meet a human. Even if this human was very capable, the Lord thought too highly of him. However, he could not disobey Bailey Mo's order, so he could only come here reluctantly. Now it seemed that this human did have some skills. If he could really find the missing continent with the law of space, he would not mind suffering a little. Yang Kai smiled when he heard this and said calmly, "I can't do it for the time being. I am just trying to do it under the Lord's order. Although I have some clues, I still can't determine the coordinates of the continent on the other side of the void." "Coordinates of the void?" Baya showed a doubtful look. Yang Kai explained with a smile, "Although the continent disappeared and was swallowed by the void, it must exist somewhere in the void. It's just that it is difficult for humans to reach it. If we can determine its position in the void, we will have a chance to find it. With the help of many space secret techniques, we may be able to reopen the realm gate. Its position in the void will be its coordinates." Baya nodded doubtfully. Although he was a half-saint, he still did not know much about the law of space. He could not tell if Yang Kai was talking nonsense or not. He gently nodded and said, "Brother Yang is very talented." If his words just now were perfunctory, then his praise at this moment was more sincere. It was already shocking enough to have a chance to find the missing continents. If Yang Kai could really do this, he would definitely be a hero in the entire territory of the demon realm. Perhaps, he could even get the recognition of that person. By then, even if he was just a human, he could not be ignored. He had already made up his mind that even if he couldn't be friends with him, he definitely couldn't be enemies with him. If Brother Baya has nothing else to do, you might as well go to Clouding and wait for me for a few days. After a few days, I will return to Clouding, and we will set off together. Baya was slightly startled, but since Yang Kai had already said so, he naturally could not shamelessly stay, so he smiled and nodded. All right, then I will be waiting for Brother Yang. Please. Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Watching Baya leave, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. It was really thrilling just now. If Baya had been a little suspicious and insisted on entering the void gap to investigate, the things he tried to hide would have been exposed. Fortunately, this guy did not seem to want to offend him, so he was able to pass smoothly. However, this made Yang Kai realize a problem. In Yu Rumeng's territory, Yang Kai could mobilize all the resources available to him to protect him. But if he went to Bei Limo's territory, he wouldn't have any sense of security without his own people on guard. This was also the reason why he had the bright idea to ask Baya to go to Clouding and wait for him. He had to go back to Clouding first and bring some people out with him, so that it would be convenient for him to do things. After waiting for a few days, Yang Kai finally set off and returned to Clouding mainland when the heaven and earth law in the territory of the demon realm had completely repaired the void gap. Driving the tiger-headed chariot, he passed through several realm gates and finally returned to Clouding City. Without further ado, he summoned Celestial Resonance. After giving some instructions, Celestial Resonance left with the order. Baya had been here for a few days and was carefully received by Lao Ke. When she saw Yang Kai return, she quickly came out to greet him. They chatted for a while, and the faint urging in her words made Yang Kai feel funny. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not need to delay. Even if Baya did not urge him, he was in a hurry to go to Bei Limo's territory. After a while, Ying came back and whispered a few words to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then let's go." Walking out of the palace, there were already thousands of demon race gathered outside. Among them, there were nearly 50 middle and low-ranked demon king, and the rest were all demon commanders. There was not a single demon general. Baya looked at Yang Kai curiously. He did not know what Yang Kai meant by gathering so many demon race at this time. Could it be that he wanted to bring them to the proud snow continent? Yang Kai obviously saw his doubts. He smiled and said, "Brother Baya, please don't blame me. It's not that I don't trust Saint Master Bei Limo, but I need some people to repair the realm gate. These people are used to cooperating with me, so it's easy to use them. I'm afraid that it will delay the progress, so I have to bring them with me." Baya said with a strange expression, "Brother Yang can make the decision for this kind of thing. I don't think the Saint Master will refuse." He said that he did not trust Saint Master Bei Limo, but it was obvious that he did not trust him. "But you are going to the proud snow continent. What's the use of bringing these guys with you? If the Saint Master really wanted to harm you, not to mention a few thousand people, even tens of millions of people would be useless." He did not know what this person was thinking. However, Baya did not want to say much about this kind of small matter, so he simply followed Yang Kai's instructions. Yang Kai turned to look at Lao Ku and Carson and said, "When I'm not here, you must take good care of Cloud Shadow. If anyone dares to harm Cloud Shadow, inform me immediately." He was not afraid of others, but he was afraid that Yu Sang would suddenly return from the two-realm battlefield. Although this possibility was very small, it was still necessary to guard against it. Lao Ku and Carson naturally agreed respectfully. Yang Kai waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go." After that, he nodded slightly at Baya, and the two flew out side by side. Many middle and low-level demon king followed closely behind, followed by the demon commanders. After a while, They formed a long line, which attracted the attention of countless demon race in Cloud Shadow City. They did not know what was going on in the palace. After flying for a while, a demon commander suddenly rushed up from behind, using a secret method. He stopped beside Een and said a few words to her through telepathy. Een nodded slightly and waved him away. "What's the matter?" Yongkai turned to look at her. Een said, "Your Majesty, you'll know when you see what's behind us." Yongkai looked back and saw that more than 10 miles behind the large group, a white light was following them unhurriedly. In the light, a graceful figure was faintly discernible. This scene made Yongkai's teeth ache. He thought to himself, "What's the matter with this girl? Why is she following us?" But no matter what, since she had followed them, he could not ignore her. He immediately stopped and said to Baya, "Brother Baya, please wait for a moment. I'll be back soon." Baya obviously also noticed the situation behind them. She smiled meaningfully and said, "No hurry, Brother Yang, do as you please. Why did you rush me just now if you're not in a hurry?" Yongkai cursed in his heart, then turned and flew back. As soon as he stopped, the thousands of demon race also stopped in midair. The people following them also had to stop. Approaching them, Yongkai stared at Li Shiqing and asked, "Why are you following us?" Li Shiqing lowered her head and said, I don't want to be alone." No matter how bad Yongkai's attitude towards her was, she was still a human. Moreover, he was the only human in the demon race's territory other than her. Compared to the demon race, she was naturally more willing to stay with Yongkai. Seeing her like this, Yongkai was both amused and annoyed. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Forget it. Since you're already here, let's go together." The main reason he brought Xiao Wu along this time was that he was really worried about Bai Liamo. With Xiao Wu by his side, even if there was any danger, Yu Meng could use soul descent at any time. In the past few days, Li Shiqing and Xiao Wu had occasionally communicated with each other. Although they were not very familiar with each other, at least they were not strangers. Now that Xiao Wu had left, Li Shiqing had no one to talk to in the entire Cloud Shadow City. For someone of her character, staying in Cloud Shadow City was undoubtedly a kind of torture. Even if Lao Ku and the others did not dare to be rude to her, they would still be afraid. Not having expected Yongkai to agree so readily, Li Shiqing's pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help bursting with joy as she stared at him, a trace of gratitude flashing across her eyes. Kai Yang continued, "But you must be obedient, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless." Taking advantage of the situation, he put on a ferocious look, scaring Li Shiqing into nodding her head like a chicken pecking rice. Yongkai sighed in his heart, looked her up and down, and asked, "Won't you be affected by rashly urging your strength?" After all, this was demon territory, and the surrounding world essence chi was constantly eroding her protective emperor chi. Once she consumed too much of her strength, she would inevitably be affected. If she was really eroded by the demonic chi, it would not be a small problem. Li Shiqing whispered, "I'll be careful." Yongkai nodded and asked, "Do you still have source crystals and pills?" "Yes, you gave me a lot, but I only used a little." Li Shiqing raised her head and summoned the courage to smile at him, but her smile was extremely stiff. "Remember to look for me when you're almost done," Yongkai said before wrapping her in his emperor chi and flying forward with her. Li Shiqing was a little flattered, and suddenly found that Yongkai didn't seem so fierce after all. On the other side, seeing Yongkai return, Baya smiled faintly, looking at Brother Yang's luck with women. Yongkai was too lazy to pay attention to him, and simply flew past him with Li Shiqing, taking Xiao Wu with them. Behind them, Boya secretly gritted her teeth, and moved her red lips a few times. Although no sound came out, there was no doubt that she was cursing something. With thousands of people marching, it was naturally impossible for them to travel too fast. After a full day, they finally saw a world gate in the distance. Baya showed a puzzled look and quickly caught up with Yongkai, asking, "Brother Yang, why did you go this way? This place should be quite far from the proud snow continent. We should have gone through another world gate." Chapter 3490. Yongkai laughed and said, Passing through the other realm gate is indeed closer, but this king still has some things to deal with here. Brother Baya, please don't be impatient. Hearing him say so, Baya could only gently nod. In any case, his task was to take Yang Kai to the proud snow continent as soon as possible. A little delay, and a long detour didn't matter much. The team of several thousand people had just passed through the realm gate and entered the Blue Origin continent when a large group of people suddenly came from the distance. The two leading demonic chi were both high-ranked demon kings. Then, the number of demon race's troops was almost the same as this group, and they rushed straight to this side. As soon as the two sides met, the two leading demonic chi clasped their hands and said, "In the distance, greetings, your mountain ranges rose and fell." Looking at Baya, like a few enchanting white dragons. Between the mountains, clouds tossed and turned. They were puzzled, and it was didn't know how Yang Kai got together with Baya. The undulating white world they naturally knew that Baya was one of the half-saint subordinates of Holy Sage. It was as if his body and mind had been purified. Her relationship with Yusang was no neither for Baya to explain more. They couldn't be considered friends. Yang Kai also knew that they had arrived at the proud snow continent. The two who came were naturally the high-ranked demon kings of the Blue Origin continent. Cold environment the most. One of them was Tukuro. This was somewhat and the other was called the second elder of the dragon race. They also received a message from Cloud Her ice snow island they hurriedly gathered in front of him and rushed over to join Yang Kai. So they didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do. It wasn't as majestic and beautiful as the whole continent. When they saw Baya behind them, demon race the team of over 10,000 people, they more or less one after another through the realm gate. They thought that he was going to attack some continent, and those who had just arrived here were a little dazed. Help but feel a little pressured. Xiao was not stingy with her praise. Baya gently nodded and didn't say much. What a beautiful place. Although a high-ranked demon king nodded vigorously at the side, he really didn't need to care too much about Yang Kai and said, "He was just a half-saint." Yang Kai didn't say much. He just waved his hand and said, "Beautiful. Follow." No wonder Saint Senior Bailey they continued to fly forward. Baya smiled and said, "The team of several thousand people suddenly expanded to over 10,000 people. Closely related there were more than 100 demon kings. So Baya sincerely asked there were fewer high-ranked demon kings. Senior solve her problems. There were still 3 of them. It's my duty." Under the command of Yang Kai responded readily. The demon race on the Blue Origin continent quickly gathered with the Cloud Shadow demon that he wanted to secretly go to the Eternal Heaven continent and quietly asked a few questions to this place. After learning that Yang Kai actually had the ability to repair the realm gate, maybe he could shake the foundation of that bitch Bailey MO, and specially invited him to deal with the realm's realm gate. He also checked a little. Tukuro and although the Eternal Heaven continent they thought that they were really going to start a war with some continent, but in the territory of another demon saint, it turned out that they were only going to repair the realm gate to enter. This lineup was a bit too big. The Eternal Heaven continent was there a need for this? Was connected to a continent. Not only the two of them couldn't figure it out. If he could use that continent as a springboard, looking back at the team of over 10,000 people, Eternal Heaven she thought that those who didn't know would think that there was a problem with the realm gate of that continent. If there was, it would be convenient for him to do the Holy Sage. Baya naturally didn't know he was referring to this. When he said that he was going to deal with something, she couldn't help for a moment have a good impression. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. And said, "Shuttling through the realm gate, brother Yang." They passed through one continent after another. Saying so, she led the way. Scale of the march everyone of 10,000 people wasn't large. The proud snow continent was definitely not small either. Generally speaking, it made several continents the area along the continent a little nervous. Where the demon saint resided 2 days would later, not be too small. When Yang Kai plunged into a realm gate, the Yuan Qi between heaven and earth was also very rich. Looking around, the entire territory of the demon saint was divided into 3 classes. In front of him was a world of ice and snow. It was a scene of pure white without a trace of impurities. Snowflakes even the upper class of feathers were constantly falling from the sky, and the hot air exhaled from the mouth and nose could be clearly seen. The Cloud Shadow continent belonged to the middle class, and the Blue Origin continent should be considered to be in the upper middle class. They walked quickly all the way until a day later, when a towering and huge building appeared in the distance. Before they even got close, a vigorous aura had already hit them in the face. Moreover, under the refraction of the sunlight, the building was actually emitting a colorful light, which was magnificent and magnificent. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Only after using his eyesight to look did he discover that the building was actually a huge ice palace. The whole structure was completely carved out of blocks of ice. The colorful light was all refracted by the sunlight that soaked the ice, making the ice palace look like a fairyland. Baya pointed to the front and explained, "That is the proud snow ice palace of the Lord. The Lord has been waiting for a long time. Brother Yang, follow me directly to see her." "Thank you, Brother Baya." After a while, everyone arrived at a distance of 10 miles in front of the ice palace. Baya paused and looked at Yang Kai a little hesitantly. The Lord does not like to be disturbed by too many people. "Brother Yang, look at your subordinates." Yang Kai turned around and shouted, "Stay here and rest." Even if Baya did not say that, Yang Kai did not intend to bring all of them into the ice palace. Although he did not like Bei Limo, he still knew the basic etiquette. Moreover, now that he was in her territory, it was better to be honest, lest she find fault with him. Although she had a request, she would not really do anything to him. But she could still do something to make him feel uncomfortable. Ian Tukuro and the rest nodded in agreement. Baya then led Yang Kai and continued to fly forward. After entering the ice palace, Yang Kai was a little surprised that there weren't many servants here. At the very least, compared to such a large place, the number of servants was far too small. In addition to some necessary guards, there weren't many maids walking around. However, the scenery in the ice palace was still very beautiful. The surrounding walls and the underground walkways were all made of crystal clear ice. There was not a single gap. Yang Kai wondered if the entire ice palace was made by Bei Limo, by hollowing out a huge block of ice. There were also some white ice flowers on the ice walls. And the whole ice palace was exuding a faint fragrance. Not only that, but there were also some strange colors flashing through the ice walls from time to time, making people feel as if they were in a dream. Yang Kai looked around, and although he was already past the age where everything was new to him, he still couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of this place. He thought to himself, women are still women, whether they are demon saints or not. They are always very fond of beautiful things. Even their own residence is so special. But then again, although this was an ice palace, it did not feel cold. Instead, it felt warm. He did not know why. While he was looking around, Boya, who was leading the way, had a cold expression on his face. He quietly sealed his pores, and even his breathing temporarily stopped. After walking for a short while, Baya suddenly stopped at the door of a room. She cupped her fists and said, "Baya is here to bring Yang Kai to see the Lord." Only then did Yang Kai realize that they had arrived at the place. He immediately stood behind Baya. The door was not closed tightly. There was a gap of a few fingers wide. There was some movement inside, but it could not be heard clearly. After Baya finished speaking, a woman's voice came from inside. "Baya is back? Bring him in." In the entire Aoshua continent, only Bailey Mo dared to call Baya by her name. However, this woman's voice at this moment was extremely languid, completely devoid of the coldness from the last time they had met. This kind of languidness gave Yang Kai an indescribable feeling. When Yang Kai heard this, it was as if there was a small invisible hand grasping his heart, causing it to suddenly jump. Damn it, I knew this woman was up to no good. Last time she suffered a loss at my hands, oh no, at my mouth. This time, I will definitely get back at her. Yang Kai sneered in his heart. He was secretly vigilant. Baya turned around and gestured to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, please." Without any hesitation, Yang Kai pushed open the door and strode in, his eyes widening as he tried to see what kind of trap Bailey Mo had set for him. But when he looked around, he was greatly disappointed, because there was no one in front of him. Instead, there was a door to the side. Bailey Mo should be inside. Without any delay, he did not need Baya to invite him in. He raised his head and opened the door curtain. He plunged in. Behind him, Baya looked at him with pity. Chapter 3491. Yang Kai greets. Following the principle of being careful, Yang Kai cupped his hands in greeting as soon as he entered, so as to not give Bailey Mo a chance to find fault with him. However, halfway through his words, he couldn't continue. His eyes widened even more as he stared in front of him, dumbfounded. On the soft couch in front of him, a graceful body was lying lazily. She was wearing a translucent chiffon dress, and the beauty inside was faintly discernible. Although the dress was called chiffon, it was actually a piece of silk-woven fabric. It barely covered some of her vital parts, but the scenery in front of her chest was exposed. Almost half of her chest was exposed, and her exquisite collarbone and slender neck were in full view. Her two beautiful legs were dazzling, and her dress was directly parted to her buttocks. With a casual glance, one would be able to see the beautiful scenery inside, but they couldn't see it, which made one's heart itch. When he heard that languid yet seductive voice just now, here? Yang Kai had having a few women prepared himself. Turning his head to glance at Boya would definitely tease him. Kai saw that this fellow had his head lowered. To tease him, his eyes her body was nothing more than an asset. His nose focused on his heart, coupled with her supreme status as one of the 12 demon saints. Kai Yang sneered in his heart, definitely arouse knowing a strong that this desire didn't have the guts to look at these things, making his blood boil. He understood and making it difficult for him to restrain himself. So no matter how shocking the scene in front of him was, but when he saw the scene in front of him, Yang Kai quickly recovered and coughed lightly. Then said again, "This girl was too willing to spend her capital. You are a demon saint. Turned a deaf ear to these words. So is it okay for you to dress so indecently? Perhaps she wanted to show off her strength to Yang Kai. You should wear it secretly. Or perhaps she wanted to deliberately leave him hanging here. Even you Ru Ming, but she simply continued humming softly under the care of the other women. If the last time Yang Kai shouted again, she was a perfect combination of holiness and chi. Then at this surrounding ice walls she was completely devoid of holiness. This caused the women to glare at him angrily. Every part of her body was extremely seductive. Was sweating. This made Yang Kai wonder if this person in front of him was the same pure and flawless Bailey Mo he had seen last time. Since the Holy Senior is busy, wearing a pure white dress, disturb you any further. If that was all, when the Holy Senior is free. But this woman was surrounded by 4 or 5 other women. After saying so, these women were all heavenly fragrant without hesitation, and their appearances could turn the world upside down. This woman had something to ask of Yang Kai. They were all dressed similarly to her. She had run to dresses that covered half of their bodies. Soul to appear and negotiate with him. Bailey Mo's head was resting on a woman's slender thigh, but the woman's head was lowered, motives, and she gently exhaled a weak breath from her mouth. If it weren't for his strength being inferior neck inch by inch, Yang Kai would have already turned to squint her eyes upside and let out a soft moan. You're already here, only then did Yang Kai understand that the faint movement he heard outside finally opened her eyes. On the other side of the soft couch, but to open her eyes, there was another woman. If Yang Kai really her pair of delicate hands gently be covered in Bailey Mo's thigh. Yang Kai stopped as if she was playing with the most exquisite piece of art in the world. Her movements were careful, and her expression was joyful. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that one of her hands had reached the base of Bailey Mo's thigh. Teach you the rules. The remaining of the 3 women surrounded her on the left and right. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and raised his nose to the sky. Her sensitive parts. I'm just like licking her earlobe. If the Holy Senior doesn't like it, to please allow me to take my leave for now. Their every movement, how dare you, coupled with the weak sounds in the room, could speak. Were almost a woman beside her suddenly shouted, even if Yang Kai was mentally prepared. Only then did Yang Kai discover that this woman was actually a high-ranked demon. He was a little dazed. Yang Kai glanced at her, became dry, but didn't take her words to himself. Instead, you fucking reincarnated into the wrong body. You should have to understand that it wasn't me who wanted to come here. You rumbling was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. The Holy Senior doesn't even know the basic etiquette of hospitality. So why should this king stay here and embarrass himself? I asked the Holy Senior to allow me to return to Cloud Shadow mainland. The cold sweat on Baya's forehead increased, and she whispered, Brother Yang, the Holy Senior didn't mean to disrespect you, but at this time every day, the Holy Senior is. Bailey Mo waved her hand and said, There's no need to explain, he's right, this Holy Senior has indeed neglected him. After saying so, she gave a look to the side. When the female demon king who scolded Yang Kai saw this, she quickly moved a chair from the side and placed it diagonally opposite the soft couch. Bailey Mo didn't move. She just pointed at Yang Kai and said, Sit down. Yang Kai thought for a moment, then obediently walked back and sat down. The main thing was that he definitely couldn't leave, and if he continued to pester Bailey Mo, he would definitely anger her, and then he wouldn't be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. Baya saw this and couldn't help but feel relieved. She cupped her hands and said, Holy Senior, Brother Yang is here. This subordinate will take his leave first. Go. Bailiemo closed her eyes again and said faintly. Baya lowered her head and stepped back step by step until she was out of the inner room, then turned around and strode away. After a short while, she left the ice palace, turned into a stream of light, and rushed in a certain direction, with a sense of urgency. When Yin saw that she had come out, but Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen, she immediately moved to stop her master, cupped her hands and said, Baya master, may I ask my king? Go away. Baya waved her hand, and a strong force swept Yin aside, and without stopping, she left in a flash. Yin was shocked, and then she felt a little scared. Although she didn't know why Baya was angry, there was obviously something wrong with Baya's state just now. Her pair of eyes were actually red, and there was a trace of obvious desire in them. Although she didn't know much about Baya, she knew that with Baya's strong cultivation, even if she really had any desire for women, she wouldn't show it so obviously. Moreover, Baya definitely didn't lack women around her, so there was no reason for her to show that kind of expression. What's going on? Yin was confused. 100 miles away from the ice palace, there was a huge city, just like the holy city of the Phantom Continent. This city was the holy city of the proud snow continent. It only took Baya a few breaths to arrive here. She rushed directly into her mansion, and after scanning with her divine sense, she went straight to the residence of one of her favorite concubines, and kicked the door open with a bang. The concubine was grooming herself in front of the mirror, feeling sorry for herself. Suddenly, she heard the noise and looked angry, but when she saw who it was, she immediately showed a joyful expression. She got up and said, Master, why are you here? Before she could finish her words, Baya bent down, picked her up, and threw her directly onto the big bed, causing her to cry out in surprise. The next moment, she felt a pair of big hands moving around her body, tearing her clothes. A moment later, gentle moans came out from the room, and they continued to ring out without end. 2 hours later, the concubine fell into a deep sleep, but more women came in from outside one after another. On the bed, Baya seemed to have gone crazy, showing no tenderness to the fairer sex. He showed the full strength of a man, galloping and whipping. In just one day, he made the dozen or so concubines living in this mansion enjoy the pleasures of fish and water, truly achieving a fair share of the benefits. It was not until a day later that Baya felt the scorching heat in her body slowly disappear. She turned her head to look at the bed. More than a dozen delicate bodies were lying on the bed, and each of them had more or less bruises, which were undoubtedly masterpieces left by him. Sighing softly, she floated up and waved her hand, rolling up the bed sheet to cover the seductive scene on the bed. She walked to the window and looked up in the direction of the ice palace. There was still lingering fear in Baya's eyes. Even she, a half-saint, couldn't bear it. She didn't know how Yang Kai was doing now. Maybe he had died on the belly of one of the women. Ice Palace. Just after Baya left, Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill in his mind. He couldn't help but blink, and then he became furious. Although he didn't know what exactly happened, he knew that he had definitely been tricked. Perhaps it was a secret technique, or perhaps it was a drug, and it should be related to the divine soul, which triggered the soul-cleansing effect of the soul-warming lotus. A secret technique or drug that could trigger the soul-cleansing effect of the soul-warming lotus, without him noticing, was definitely not a trivial matter. Thinking back to the subtle feeling he had just now, Yang Kai was almost certain that it was a kind of charm or aphrodisiac, and its effect was undoubtedly to make him fall in love. And judging from the situation, the latter was more likely. Chapter 3492. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Bailey Mo, this cheap slut, had dressed so indecently. Not only was she trying to seduce him, but she had even used an aphrodisiac on him. This was no different from trying to kill him. She was simply too shameless. Yang Kai had some guesses as to why she did this. First, he had bitten her a month ago in Cloud Shadow City. At that time, Yu Meng was present, and she was the one who took the initiative to provoke him, so she couldn't do anything to him. However, she was a dignified demon saint, so how could she let it go so easily? She didn't do anything at that time, but instead waited here for him. Second in name, he was Yu Meng's man, and there was a heart seal secret technique between them. She and Yu Meng were not on good terms, so she naturally wanted to use him to humiliate Yu Meng. If he really made a fool of himself here today, Yu Meng would lose face. Thinking so, Yang Kai sneered in his heart. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. You brought this upon yourself. The faint sounds of debauchery continued intermittently, and the women serving Bailey Mo were undoubtedly unable to control themselves. Their breathing was rapid, and their faces were flushed. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because they were also affected by the aphrodisiac, but they all looked at Bailey Mo with strange expressions. After Yang Kai sat down, Bailey Mo didn't have any intention of speaking, simply treating him as air. At first, Kai Yang was sitting upright, his back straight, his hands on his knees, his eyes looking straight ahead. However, as time passed, he would occasionally raise his eyes to look at the beautiful places of the women in front of him, especially Bailey Mo's body. His breathing slowly became rapid, and his eyes became bloodshot. Although these little movements were extremely subtle, almost without a trace, how could they escape Bailey Mo's observation? Even if she closed her eyes, Yang Kai's every move could not escape her perception. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she couldn't help but reveal a hidden smile. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Yang Kai became bolder and bolder. After a while, he opened his eyes wide and looked forward brazenly. His Adam's apple moved occasionally as he swallowed his saliva. It had to be said that the scene in front of him was very pleasing to the eye. Even though Yang Kai knew Bailey Mo's intentions, and had used the soul-warming lotus to eliminate the effects of the aphrodisiac, he couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry. His reaction and expression were very realistic. Suddenly, Bailey Mo let out a soft groan and slowly opened her eyes. Her pair of beautiful eyes were like the stars in the sky, bright and dazzling. Stretching her arms and twisting her waist, she changed her position and continued to lie down with her side facing Yang Kai's direction. This position made her pair of jade peaks look even more majestic and magnificent. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile, as if she had just remembered that there was someone else in the room. She lightly said, "Don't neglect the guest." As she spoke, she gently waved her hand. As soon as she said this, the female demon king, who had scolded Yang Kai, immediately walked out from beside her. With light steps, she walked in front of Yang Kai and sat on Yang Kai's lap. Her hands wrapped around Yang Kai's neck as she looked at him with a smile. Her soft body was in his arms, and her amazing elasticity came from her thighs. The tip of his nose was filled with an indescribable fragrance. Yang Kai swallowed hard and looked at Bailey Mo hesitantly. "Holy sage, this isn't very good, right?" Bailey Mo looked up and lazily said, "What's not good about it?" Yang Kai looked embarrassed and said, "Holy sage, why are you asking when you already know the answer? Between me and Yu Meng, that hee you know. Are you afraid of her?" Bailey Mo looked at him teasingly. Yang Kai immediately sneered. "This king is a 7-foot-tall man. Why would I be afraid of a woman? Moreover, it's not a matter of whether I'm afraid or not. It's just that I feel that being with another woman behind her back." He glanced at the woman in his arms. This female demon king was undoubtedly under the influence of the aphrodisiac. Her breathing was hot, and she sat in his arms restlessly twisting her tender body. She even took the initiative to grab one of Kai Yang's big hands and place it on her chest, lightly biting her red lips and moaning. Kai Yang suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued, "I'm sorry for her." Although he said this, his big hands rubbed hard, causing the female demon king to fall into his arms. Bailey Mo chuckled. In the end, you're still afraid of her. Don't worry. They won't tell anyone about what happened here. And this holy sage won't tell anyone about it either. She won't hear about it. You don't have to be too restrained. Which man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? This holy sage invited you to help me repair the realm gate. So naturally, I won't treat you badly. Yang Kai licked his lips and hesitated for a moment before nodding. Thank you for your kindness, holy sage. He looked down at the female demon king in his arms and stroked her up and down with his big hands, causing the female demon king to gasp for breath. Yang Kai's eyes were like a wolf's as he casually said, But seriously, holy sage, don't think that this king is afraid of Ru Meng just because her cultivation is not as good as mine. This king really isn't afraid of her. It's not like I haven't hit her before when she doesn't listen to me. Bailey Mo was looking at the show in front of her with a teasing look, but when she heard this, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but brighten up. She said in surprise, You've hit her before? Yang Kai proudly said, Not just once. His appearance was so flamboyant that it was as if he had done something extraordinary. Bailey Mo suppressed her laughter and said, How did you hit her? This was interesting. One of the 12 demon saints in the demon territory was actually beaten by a human, who was only equivalent to a mid-tier demon king. You Ru Meng. Ah, you Ru Meng. You also have a day like this. Bailey Mo suddenly felt that her hard work today was not in vain. She actually managed to hear such a secret. This was something that she had to investigate carefully. The next time she saw Yu Ru Meng, she would use this matter to make fun of her and see if she still had the guts to challenge her. Yang Kai grinned cheekily as he reached out and slapped the demon king's plump buttocks hard, causing her flesh to ripple, causing her to let out another cry of surprise. Bailey Mo's beautiful eyes brightened even more, and she resisted the urge to laugh to the sky. Slightly raising her upper body, she said, Tell me in detail. Yang Kai blinked and looked around. This is not good. There are too many people here. Bailey Mo said in annoyance, Just say it. Yang Kai thought for a moment, then suddenly reached out and threw the female demon king in his arms away. Standing up, he pulled away the other female demon king, who had been serving by Bailey Mo's feet, and sat down by her feet. Bailey Mo looked at him coldly, but she didn't have the slightest intention of stopping him. But the smile on her face was somewhat thought-provoking. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked up from Bailey Mo's jade feet, pausing for a moment between her legs and her chest. Finally, he looked at Bailey Mo's eyes with a fiery gaze. Since Saint Master wants to know, then this king will tell you secretly. Bailey Mo pursed her lips and smiled. Okay, but how are you going to tell this king secretly? Yang Kai grinned and slowly leaned over, moving his head closer to Bailey Mo's as if he wanted to whisper something to her. But his 2 big hands had already grabbed Bailey Mo's ankles and began to play with them. In any case, in this woman's eyes, she was already under the influence of the aphrodisiac, so it was only natural for her to act like this. Bailey Mo's body stiffened slightly, but her eyes became more and more thought-provoking. Her smooth and sparkling skin was like the world's most exquisite work of art. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. This lowly servant was indeed worthy of being called a demon saint. Such a beautiful woman could really compete with Yu Ru Meng. While rubbing her legs, his 2 big hands had already moved up her calves, brushing them all the way up to her thighs. Such a bold move not only made the female demon king feel that something was wrong, but also made them look with eager anticipation. Under the influence of the aphrodisiac, these women were already somewhat delirious. Otherwise, how could they allow Yang Kai to blaspheme their Saint Master like this? Under normal circumstances, if Yang Kai dared to come within 3 feet of Bailey Mo, he would definitely be surrounded by them. Yang Kai at this time was in a bit of a difficult situation, and he didn't know what to do. He originally thought that Bailey Mo would stop his actions, or even drive him away when he sat next to her. If that happened, he would be able to leave this place. Yang Kai really didn't want to stay with Bailey Mo. He didn't feel safe at all. But he never thought that this woman would have no intention of driving him away. And even when he touched her, she didn't say anything. What kind of situation is this? At this moment, Bailey Mo was still lazily lying on the soft couch, her head resting on a female demon king's thigh. Yang Kai had one hand on her calf, and the other hand had already reached under her translucent dress. A few more inches, and he was afraid that he would touch that extremely sensitive place. This kind of atmosphere and posture could be said to be extremely ambiguous. The abnormality of the soul-warming lotus made him feel that something was wrong, and he also understood Bailey Mo's plan. But this woman was after all a demon saint. If he played too much, he might end up angering her. But the hesitation only lasted for a moment. Perhaps because of Yu Ru Meng, Yang Kai didn't have much respect for Bailey Mo, and since she didn't stop him, it meant that she tacitly agreed. Anyway, the one who's at a disadvantage isn't me. Yang Kai's heart steeled, and he paused for a moment before he suddenly reached out his hand towards that deep place. At this time, a jade foot suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air, and fiercely kicked towards him. Even if Yang Kai's reaction was amazing, he still couldn't avoid it, and was kicked in the chest. Immediately, it was as if he was hit by a meteor. His chest felt stuffy, and his blood boiled. His whole body flew off the soft couch, and heavily hit the ice wall. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai clutched his chest, and violently coughed a few times before he raised his head with difficulty. What is the meaning of this, Holy Master? Bailey Mo's eyes were cold, and she slowly got up, and gently smoothed out the hem of her dress that was rolled up by Yang Kai, and coldly snorted, "Little brat, your acting is quite good." Chapter 3493. Clutching his chest. Yang Kai's eyes flickered, and his expression became awkward. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, "So you can see." Since Bei Liemo said so, she must have concluded that he was acting. There was no point in continuing to play dumb, so he might as well get straight to the point. Bei Liemo coldly snorted and stared at him with a cold gaze. If Yang Kai really wanted to touch her because of the aphrodisiac, it would be excusable. After all, she had planned everything today for this. If she could make Yang Kai unable to control himself, and the female demon king here, it would be for the best. Yang Kai was the man of that slut Ru Meng, and had the heart seal secret technique to restrict him. Unless the secret technique was broken, the feelings between the two of them were inseparable. If she could make these female demon king and Yang Kai do it, it would definitely disgust Ru Meng. But in reality, Yang Kai was actually acting, which made it difficult for Bei Liemo to accept. For no reason at all, she was once again taken advantage of by this little brat. For a moment her teeth itched with hatred. If it weren't for Ru Meng, and the fact that Yang Kai was still useful, she would have already slapped him to death. "How did you see through it?" Yang Kai asked, thinking that it didn't make sense. His acting was already very realistic. There was no reason for him to reveal any flaws. What's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real. Bei Liemo glanced at him. To be honest, at the beginning, she didn't notice anything strange. The main reason was that she was too confident in her own methods, and felt that with Yang Kai's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to resist. Moreover, many of his reactions were also reasonable. It wasn't until Yang Kai's big hand paused under her skirt that she realized something was wrong. That subtle pause was only for a moment, but as a demon saint, how could Bei Liemo not notice it? The pause represented hesitation, but if he was really affected by the aphrodisiac, it was impossible for him to hesitate. Only then did she decisively give him a kick. Sigh. Yang Kai sighed and walked over to the chair. He sat down again and looked at Bei Liemo sincerely. "Why do you have to do this? If you have a grudge with Ru Meng, you can settle it yourselves. Why do you have to involve me? I'm innocent." Bei Liemo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Do you think you're innocent?" Yang Kai said with a gloomy face. "Isn't it?" Although he knew that she couldn't really do anything to him, Yang Kai didn't want to make their relationship too stiff, since he had to work in her territory for a while. Bei Liemo sneered. "If you weren't Ru Meng's man, this senior might not have put you in her eyes. But who told you to be that slut's man?" Yang Kai's face darkened and he said, "The Lord is the most powerful being in the demon territory. How can you be so rude?" Bei Liemo raised an eyebrow. "What, I can't even scold her? You're quite protective of her." Yang Kai said seriously, "The Lord is also a woman. If someone insulted the Lord like this, how would the Lord feel?" Bei Liemo sneered. "Do you think that slut hasn't scolded me behind my back? I don't care if Ru Meng has scolded you behind your back, but in front of me, please behave yourself." Bei Liemo was stunned. She didn't expect that Yang Kai would dare to speak to her like this. But then she thought about how he even wanted to molest her. This human's guts had already broken through the sky. So what if he said something? She snorted coldly. "So what if I scolded you?" Yang Kai stood up and flicked his sleeves. "If we don't agree, then please forgive this king for not being able to help you with the realm gate. The Lord should find someone else." After saying this, he turned around and strode away. "If you dare to move again, this Lord will break your legs." "I'm a man of my word." Bei Liemo coldly looked at Yang Kai's back. Yang Kai instantly froze in place with one foot in the air. He really didn't dare to move. He couldn't help but curse Bei Liemo in his heart. He was clearly invited by her to repair the realm gate. How did this happen? This woman is really too unreasonable. But Yang Kai also knew that he couldn't reason with her. His fist was not as big as hers. Bei Liemo lay down again and looked at his back with a smile. "Not bad, not bad. Young man, you are very sensible. What do you want? Tell me the truth." This king admits defeat. Yang Kai tilted his head, his face full of grief and indignation. If he knew this would happen, he would never have come to this bullshit proud snow continent. If he wanted to go to the eternal heaven continent, He didn't have to go through Bei Limo's territory. He could enter from other demon saints' territories. It's not that I want to do anything, but you did something wrong. Do you want to just walk away like this? Yang Kai sighed heavily and said weakly, I was rude just now. Please forgive me, Master Saint. I won't do it again. You want to do it again? Bei Limo coldly snorted. Also, I don't hear the slightest sincerity in your apology. Then what kind of sincerity do you want? Yang Kai turned around and looked at her. Bei Limo looked at him for a while, then pouted her lips. Yang Kai blinked, a look of suspicion appearing on his face. Seeing her pouting her lips again, he reluctantly stepped forward, lowered his body, and pressed his ear against hers. Bei Limo gritted her teeth and said, What are you doing? Yang Kai looked up at her and said with a serious face, Do you want to whisper to me? Bei Limo almost laughed out loud. If he really wanted to whisper something, a divine sense transmission would be enough. Why would he need to go through so much trouble? She clenched her teeth and said, Kneel in front of this sage and apologize. This sage will let you go this time. Yang Kai's face immediately became cold. Slowly straightening his back, he looked down at her and said with a cold expression, Saint, I will pretend I didn't hear what you said. Then he cupped his hands and said, Yang Kai, I will take my leave first. This woman actually made such an excessive request. Yang Kai felt that there was no need to continue talking with her. This time, he was determined to leave proud Snow Continent. Even if he had to completely fall out with Bei Limo, he would not hesitate. He was indeed powerless to resist the power of the demon saint. Even if he had the space divine technique, it would be difficult for him to survive. But even if he died in battle, it would be better than to compromise like this. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. As for whether Bei Limo would threaten him again, he was too lazy to care. At worst, he would have a big fight. His movements were decisive. It was not until he was almost out of the door that Bei Limo reacted and said coldly, You are courting death. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and simply ignored her, reaching out to pull open the bead curtain. But in the next moment, a powerful demonic chi suddenly attacked him from behind. Yang Kai quickly turned around and pushed his emperor chi, crossing his arms in front of him to protect himself. Then, his expression changed greatly, and his whole body was sent flying. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his arms as a violent force passed through his arms and spread to his whole body, shaking his internal organs and causing blood to flow from his orifices. Midair, Yang Kai's consciousness quickly blurred. In a daze, he saw Bei Limo slightly raise her hand, and a look of astonishment in her eyes. Falling to the ground, his vision went dark. In the moment before he lost consciousness, only one thought lingered in his mind. One move. Strictly speaking, it was not a single move, because Bei Limo did not use her full strength at all. She barely used half a move to knock him out. Although she knew that the gap between her and the Devil Saint was huge, she did not expect it to be so big. On the other side, Bei Limo hurriedly got up from the soft couch and stared in the direction of Yang Kai's unconscious body, her beautiful eyes blinking as a rare trace of nervousness appeared on her face. It was not because she cared about Yang Kai, but because if she had really killed Yang Kai, Yu Meng would definitely not let her off. With the Heart Seal secret technique, as soon as Yang Kai died, Yu Meng would sense it and immediately leave the Phantom Continent. At that time, she and Yu Meng would not rest until one of them was dead. What's more, she didn't have any intention of killing Kai Yang. It was just that she was really angered by him. How could she not know that a man's knees were worth gold? Putting forward such harsh demands to make Kai Yang apologize, she had already prepared herself for his rejection. She had intended to wait for him to reject her, and then haggle over the price. Who would have thought that this guy would actually say he was going to leave, not putting her in his eyes at all? In her anger, she had sent out a palm strike. She had not used her full strength, at most 20%. She did not know if he could withstand it. After a few breaths of time, Bei Limo waved her hand, and a cold aura rippled through the room. The female demon king, who had been in a state of delirium, immediately shivered and woke up. See if he's dead, Bei Limo ordered. It was the high-rank female demon king, who had scolded Yang Kai before. Walking over to Yang Kai's side, she stretched out her hand to check his breathing, and after checking his condition, she raised her head and said, "He's still alive." Bailey Mo breathed a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. "It's good that he's alive." Pausing for a moment, she asked, "So strong. How are his injuries?" The female demon king she actually replied, reached out and stroked Yang Kai's chest, a few broken bones, as if she wanted to examine his internal organs are slightly displaced. Bailey Mo also stepped forward. There are no major problems. And reached out to touch Yang Kai's chest. No major problems? Her demonic chi Bailey Mo was surprised. A moment later, being able to survive under 20% of her strength, finally understanding why Yang Kai was able to survive her palm strike. Even his injuries were so light. Although he had broken a few bones, it was not like she did not have pills. As long as he took them and rested for a few days, he would be able to recover. But how could this be? That palm strike just now should have killed a high-ranked demon king. But this guy's cultivation was only equivalent to a mid-ranked demon king. So how could he be so resilient? The female demon king who was examining Yang Kai's body suddenly let out a soft cry. Her beautiful eyes filled with a strange light. "What's wrong?" Bailey Mo looked up. Chapter 3494. Indeed, it was as the female demon king had said. This man's body was ridiculously strong. His muscles were firm, and his bones were incomparably sturdy. Just this body alone was comparable to a top-notch demonic treasure. Furthermore, golden blood flowed in his body. The blood was filled with vitality, and had an extremely powerful regenerative ability. What shocked Bailey Mo even more was that she actually felt an indescribable divinity from Yang Kai's blood. Looking at Yang Kai's face with a dignified expression, as if thinking of something, she reached out and pinched one of Yang Kai's fingers. Gently cutting it, a drop of golden blood flowed out. Bailey Mo dipped her finger in the blood and placed it in her mouth, a look of surprise appearing on her face as she exclaimed, "Holy Spirit blood! This boy actually has the blood of a Holy Spirit? Moreover, from the taste of this blood and the energy it contained, this is a very high-level Holy Spirit. It may even be a dragon or phoenix." Bailey Mo couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. But now she was completely relieved. Since Yang Kai's blood had such a strong vitality and regenerative ability, it meant that this injury was really not a big deal to him. Even if he didn't take any pills, it wouldn't take long for him to recover. "Saint Master, this boy is too rude. Do you want this subordinate to kill him?" The female demon king looked up at Bailey Mo and asked solemnly. Bailey Mo glanced at her faintly. "You want to kill him? Sure, but he is Yu Meng's man. If you kill him, this senior won't be able to protect you." When the female demon king heard this, her expression couldn't help but change as she looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. This guy is actually Yu Meng's man? If these words didn't come from Bailey Mo's mouth, she definitely wouldn't have believed it. The other female demon king also looked dazed, as if they had heard some extremely shocking news. Bailey Mo pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned around and said, "Lock him up in the ice prison and watch over him closely. Tell him that I will only release him when he truly repents." This time, although she had injured Yang Kai and knocked him out, in the end, she was still a little disgraced. She really couldn't take it lying down, unless Yang Kai sincerely apologized. When the female demon king heard the words ice prison, their expressions changed. It was obvious that it wasn't a good place. Not only that, Bailey Mo even poked Yang Kai a few times as she spoke. Seeing this, the demon kings all looked at Yang Kai with pity in their eyes. Of all the people he could have provoked, he had actually provoked the Saint Senior. Now he was in for it. Bailey Mo waved her hand, and the female demon king grabbed Yang Kai by the neck and took him out. 10 miles away from the proud snow ice palace, Yin, Tu Qiaoyuo, and Baza were looking in the direction of the ice palace. The scene of Baya rushing out and leaving made them feel a little strange. They didn't know what happened to Yang Kai in the ice palace, but now they couldn't do anything. Although more than 10,000 people were a lot, no one had the guts to break into the proud snow ice palace. Now, Yang Kai had been in there for 1 to 2 hours, but he still hadn't returned. However, they were certain that his life was not in danger. Otherwise, Tu Qiaoyuo and Baza would have died without a doubt. After all, their lives were now tied to Yang Kai. If Yang Kai had an accident, they couldn't escape. In contrast, although Yin was worried, she was still calmer. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that a large group of people had rushed out of the ice palace and were charging towards them aggressively. The female demon kings in the lead were all upper-ranked demon kings. Each of them was riding a different type of demon beast, and they were wearing bright armor, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. And behind these female demon king, thousands of members of the demon race also came out. This scene made the people under Yang Kai a little uneasy. Even Yin, Tu Qiaoyuo, and Baza's expressions changed. Although they didn't work under Bei Limo, they knew that she had a group of elites called the Proud Snow Ice Guards. Each of them was an elite of the demon race. They were equipped with excellent equipment and practiced very special techniques. When they went all out, it was common for them to fight against 3 or 5 people of the same level. If they were in formation, they could even defeat enemies 10 times their number. Looking at the demon race that rushed out of the ice palace, it was obvious that they were the legendary Proud Snow Ice Guards. Therefore, even though they were not as numerous as this side, their momentum had completely overwhelmed the allied forces of the Cloud Shadow Blue Plains. The crowd was in a panic. The group of Proud Snow Ice Guards rushed to the front and stopped in unison. They were orderly as if they were one. Every member of the demon race had an arrogant look on their faces. The female demon king in the lead waved her hand and shouted, "Surround them!" Under the order, thousands of people spread out and surrounded them. In less than 10 breaths, they had surrounded tens of thousands of people in the middle. At the moment of life and death, Ian and the others couldn't help but tense up. Without their orders, the tens of thousands of members of the demon race had already turned around to face the people surrounding them. They all looked solemn. A battle of life and death was about to break out. Tu Qiaoluo and the other demon kings couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They knew that once the battle started today, their 10,000 people would all be buried here. What did their king do in the ice palace? How did he provoke the proud snow ice guards? Fortunately, although the proud snow ice guards surrounded them tightly, they didn't have the intention to attack. It seemed that they were just trapping them here. After a while, seeing that they still didn't have the intention to attack them, Tu Qiaoluo felt a little relieved. He knew that even if Yang Kai had really offended Bei Limo, there should still be room for negotiation. After pondering for a moment, he pushed aside his subordinates in front of him and stepped forward. He squeezed out a smile and cupped his hands. "Master, greetings. I am Lan Yuan." He had just said a few words when a whip suddenly lashed towards him. There was a faint sound of wind and thunder on the whip, and it was incomparably fast. Tu Qiaoluo's face changed. He instinctively urged his demon chi to resist, but he gritted his teeth and didn't resist. With a light smack, the soft whip landed on his face, leaving a mark on his cheek, which was dripping with blood. The female demon king in the lead sat on her mount and looked down at him from above. She said coldly, "No one wants to know who you are. Stay where you are obediently. If you dare to act rashly, you will be killed without mercy." Tu Qiaoluo's face turned green and white. He clenched his fists. He was an upper-ranked demon king. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? But the other party was from the proud snow ice guard, so he couldn't do anything to them. He had only lashed them once. Losing face was better than losing his life. But in this way, he was sure that this group of proud snow ice guards had no intention of attacking them for the time being. The matter in front of them was definitely related to Yang Kai. Did they trap them here to prevent someone from leaking information? Tu Qiaoluo frowned and couldn't understand. On the other hand, Sound couldn't help but turn to look at Xiao Wu. If there was anyone who could help them in this difficult situation, it would be Xiao Wu. Last time, Yu Meng's soul descended on Xiao Wu. This time she could naturally do the same. At that time, even if it was just a wisp of Yu Meng's soul, these proud snow ice guards wouldn't dare to act rashly. As if sensing her gaze, Xiao Wu also looked at her, and then slowly shook her head. Sound's eyes darkened. She knew that even Saint Sovereign Dreamlight could not casually use soul descent. Last time, she had been provoked by Bei Limo's chi, which was why she had appeared. This time, there was no danger for the time being, so she was far from being able to trigger soul descent. Under the proud snow ice palace, there was a cold ice prison with a total of 18 floors. The environment of each floor was worse than the previous one. In the deepest 18 floors, even a Demon King level expert couldn't stay for long. The cold that filled the air was enough to freeze a person's soul and cause them to die an unnatural death. In the ice prison, there were many demon race who had committed serious crimes. Generally speaking, once one entered, there was no chance to leave. In the end, they would only be frozen to death. When the female demon king who was escorting Yang Kai to the ice prison under Bei Limo's orders arrived, someone immediately respectfully greeted her. This was also a demon king, and a high-ranked demon king at that. Looking at the luster of stone on his face, he should be a stone demon. However, his status obviously couldn't be compared to the one who was carrying Yang Kai. As soon as they met, they greeted each other. The two exchanged a few words, and then the stone demon looked at Yang Kai curiously and said, "Another one? What did this one do wrong?" "He offended the Holy Master." The female demon king shook Yang Kai. The stone demon grinned. "You have guts." He carefully looked at Yang Kai and suddenly said in surprise, "This guy, he is a human." The female demon king naturally knew what he wanted to ask. "He is actually a human." The stone demon raised his eyebrows and showed a curious look. He had never seen a human before, so at this time, he was naturally very curious. After looking at him for a while, he found that the human race was just like this. They didn't have any more eyes or hands than the demon race. He immediately lost interest and said, "What does the Holy Master mean?" Do you want him to die quickly or slowly? If he died quickly, he would be directly thrown into the lower floors of the ice prison. In less than a day, he would be frozen to death. If he was slowly tortured, he would be thrown into the middle floors and be able to survive for a while. This one cannot die. The female demon king shook her head. He is very useful to the Holy Master. The stone demon was stunned. For so many years, none of the demon race who were thrown into the ice prison survived. How could this one not die? However, since it was the Holy Master's order, he naturally had to follow. He said, "What is his cultivation level?" Mid-rank demon king. His body is very strong, but his cultivation level has been sealed by the Holy Master. His cultivation level has been sealed. The stone demon looked at Yang Kai with some sympathy. He really didn't know how he offended the Holy Master. Not only was he thrown into the ice prison, but his cultivation level was also sealed. He thought for a while and said, "7th floor. With his current state, he won't be able to withstand it anymore. You can arrange it as you see fit." The Demon King handed Yang Kai to the other side and said, "The Holy Master said that when he wakes up, tell him that the Holy Master will only release him when he repents seriously." Chapter 3495. A cold sensation assaulted him from all directions, causing Yang Kai to slowly wake up. After staring around for a while, he suddenly remembered the scene before he passed out, and quickly jumped up, assuming a defensive posture as he scanned his surroundings vigilantly. What he saw caused him to be startled. This was no longer Bailey Mo's room. Instead, it looked more like an ice room. The ice walls were sparkling and translucent. It was so bright that it could reflect one's reflection. It was about a few square feet, and it looked more like a prison cell. The cold seeped into his bones, causing the female demon king to appear all over his body. Was very useful to the Holy Sovereign, wondering what kind of damn place the ice prison to teach him a lesson. His memory was still stuck at the moment when he was knocked unconscious by Bailey Mo's palm. Boy, if you don't want to die, as for what happened after that, he did not know. He should have heard that trouble comes from the mouth. He still felt some lingering casually scolding. The power of the demon saint was indeed something he could not resist. He immediately shouted. Suddenly, so what if I scolded her? Sinister laugh then came from behind him. Bailey Mo Young Kai's expression froze as he quickly turned around. Beat her. At the same time, feeling a little incredulous, if he could get her to come out, this voice was very close to him. He wanted to ask that woman what she meant. He would not have noticed. Words made the stone demon's eyelids realize that there was something wrong with his body, and his face was filled with anger. Examining it for a moment, Young Kai insulting Bailey Mo was equivalent to insulting the demon race placed under her command. And it would have been fine if he did not hear it, making it impossible for him to use it. How could he not do anything? Judging from the traces of energy left on these seals, but after thinking about it, that Bailey Mo had done this herself in his heart. No wonder he was afraid that he would accidentally kill Yang Kai to protect himself. This human's cultivation was sealed by the Holy Sovereign. It would be strange if he did not feel that he would not be able to take more than a few punches. Yang Kai was more concerned about what this place was. If you want to scold me, then go ahead. What Bailey Mo wanted to do. I hope you still have the strength to scold me later. Let out that sinister laugh. Yang Kai really did start scolding this stone demon. Was tall and sturdy. His voice was extremely loud and full of energy. Seemed to be quite vulgar and insulting. Standing a few meters away out of his mouth, he stared at Yang Kai mockingly. In the 7th floor of the ice prison, between the two of them was a door with only a small window. He was not the only one could Yang Kai see what was happening outside. There were at least 100 of them. This is really a prison cell. When they suddenly heard someone scolding Bailey Mo, they were all shocked. As he approached the small window, they all leaned against the window of their cell to look in the direction of Yang Kai. "Who are you?" As if they wanted to see who was so daring. The stone devil looked surprised here and knew that there was no way for the Holy Sovereign by her name. None of them dared to insult Bailey Mo. No wonder you were thrown here. So was not something that could be solved by death. Are you deaf? In this world, Yang Kai looked impatient. There were many methods that could make a person suffer a fate worse than death. The saintly senior stone demon had left a message. He had been paying attention to Yang Kai's will she release you. Listening to Yang Kai's endless stream of words, giving Yang Kai a meaningful look. Veins on his forehead throbbing. The stone demon turned around and left. Bailey Mo had never been scolded so many times in her life, cursed, and almost none of them were repeated. To her? It could be said that the stone demon had opened his eyes. Yang Kai was obviously invited to repair the realm so righteously, but now he was locked up in this godforsaken place by Bailey Mo. It would be strange if he was not almost at its limit. Furthermore, suddenly he heard Yang Kai stop, this woman, and he let out a heavy sigh. He was the one who suffered a great loss. He secretly thought that Yang Kai should not be able to hold on any longer. New hatred and old hatred surged in his heart. Had been sealed. He did not care if she was a demon saint or not too deep. He just scolded her first. He would not be able to hold on for long. The stone demon staggered, being able to and almost fell to the ground. He turned around to look at the ice prison where Yang Kai was, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What was wrong with this human? How dare he insult the holy sovereign like this? Was he tired of living? What would happen if such words were to reach the holy sovereign's ears? If it were any other demon race who dared to speak so arrogantly, he would have killed them immediately. However, he could not kill Yang Kai. Compared to Yang Kai's scolding skills, the stone demon admired this guy's endurance more. However, now that he had reached his limit, he could finally enjoy some peace and quiet. But in fact, the situation did not go as he wished. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai, who had stopped to rest, began scolding again. This time, the cursing seemed to have escalated, becoming even more unbearable than before. The veins on the stone demon's temples throbbed uncontrollably. The reason Yang Kai stopped to rest for a stick of incense worth of time was to take some time to check his physical condition. The injuries he had suffered from Bei Liemo were not too serious, only a few broken bones. Although his cultivation was sealed, his recovery ability had not disappeared, so he should be able to recover after a few days of rest. The only problem was that he could not use his Emperor Qi. Yang Kai had tried to break out of this ice prison just now, but under the premise that he could not use his Emperor Qi, his strength was not enough to break out of this ice prison. This damned place was indeed bone-chillingly cold, and the ice principles here were not something a normal person could withstand, but Yang Kai's physical body was strong enough that he was not too afraid of the cold. Bei Liemo wanted to use this method to make him bow his head and admit his mistake, but it seemed she had miscalculated. The frozen ice prison was a deathly silent place, and the demon race imprisoned here had no choice but to freeze to death, so it was basically silent most of the time, with many prisoners silently waiting for death to come. But when Yang Kai came, this place became as lively as a market. When he was tired of scolding, he would take a break, and when he recovered, he would continue scolding. Several times, the stone demon thought that Yang Kai was about to die, but after waiting for a while, this guy would be alive and kicking again, and this continued for 2 days. This made the stone demon realize that he had underestimated the strength of this human's physical body. The 7th floor was definitely not a suitable place for him. Previously, the female demon king had only said that Yang Kai's physique was very strong, which was why he had arranged for him to stay in the 7th layer. But now it seemed that he would have to send him to the lower layers in order for him to safely descend. Thinking so, the stone demon hurriedly sent a message to the female demon king and briefly explained the situation here. On the top floor of Proud Snow Ice Palace, under the transparent dome of ice, Bei Liemo was wearing a simple and elegant dress, leaning against the railing and looking out at the beautiful scenery of Proud Snow Continent. Seemingly aware of the small movements of her subordinates, Bei Liemo turned her head and asked, "Is that guy unable to hold on?" The female demon king looked at Bei Liemo with an awkward expression, not knowing what to say. Bei Liemo said lightly, "There's no harm in speaking frankly. What's his situation now? We just need to teach him a lesson. We can't really kill him." The female demon king whispered, "Saint, you don't need to worry, that guy is quite good now." "Quite good?" Bei Liemo looked at her in surprise, frowning. "How so?" The female demon king dawdled for a while, not wanting to explain too much, but under Bei Liemo's majestic gaze, she still opened her mouth and said, The seventh floor is not a hindrance to him at all. Since he woke up, he has been shouting loudly, and this has been going on for 2 days. Bailey smiled. He still has the strength to shout loudly. It seems that he is quite good. Pausing for a moment, she asked, "What is he shouting about?" The female demon king was originally relieved, but after hearing Bailey's question, she immediately knew that she couldn't hide anything, so she braced herself and said, "He is just insulting Saint." Bailey's expression turned cold. "He is actually insulting me." The female demon king panicked. "Saint, please calm down. I will go and stop him now and make him clean his mouth." Bailey raised her hand and said, "There is no need. A few insults won't hurt this saint. But how is he insulting me?" At this point, the female demon king could only send a message to the stone demon and ask. After a while, she nervously repeated Yang Kai's insults, saying that she was a whore, a lowly servant, a rotten piece of meat that even a stray dog wouldn't care about, and so on. It was really bad. After listening for a while, Bailey's whole body trembled with anger, her teeth grinding as she said coldly, "Throw him to the 13th floor. I want to see if he still has the strength to insult me." Chapter 3496. The frozen ice prison had 18 floors, each one more frigid than the last. Every sixth floor was a threshold, just like the sixth and seventh floors. The degree of coldness could not be compared. The same was true for the 12th and 13th floors. Bailey Mo was also annoyed by Yang Kai's vicious words. Otherwise she would not have thrown him into the 13th floor. She had only thrown him into the 7th floor to teach him a lesson, but now she had thrown him into the 13th floor as punishment. If he couldn't beat her, then he would have scolded her. This man was simply too ungentlemanly. 10 breaths after this order was given, the stone demon arrived in front of the ice cell where Yang Kai was and looked at him through the window, with a look of pity. Yang Kai wiped his mouth and looked at the golem with his nose. "What are you doing?" The golem shook his head and sighed, not bothering to say anything, simply taking out a token and opening the frozen ice prison's restrictions, opening the door and turning to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned. "That slut wants to see me? Tell her to get her ass over here." "You're thinking too much." The golem snorted coldly and reached out to grab him. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to dodge, but Bailey Mo had placed a restriction on his body. Although his physical body was still strong, his strength had been greatly reduced, and he was easily caught by the golem. Immediately after, the golem dragged him deeper into the frozen ice prison. Yang Kai felt that something was wrong, but he was also angry now, so it was impossible for him to lower his head. Twisting his body, he said, "Let me go, this king will follow you. But you'd better tell Bailey Mo that unless she comes over and apologizes, this king will not forgive her, and will not let her get what she wants." The golem snorted twice, completely ignoring him. Not long after, a flight of stairs appeared in front of him, leading him to the next floor. Without stopping, he continued down. Yang Kai then discovered that this frozen ice prison did not only have one floor, but many, each one harsher than the last. He understood that his insults just now must have reached Bailey Mo's ears, otherwise, he would not have been transferred to the deepest part of the frozen ice prison. This was within reason. Since Bailey Mo wanted him to repair the realm gate, she would definitely pay close attention to his movements. She wouldn't really want him to die. After walking down 6 floors, the stone golem finally dragged Yang Kai into an ice prison. After throwing him in, it closed the door and left. Yang Kai was shivering from the cold. This place was much colder than the place he had been in before. Although there had been some chill before, he had been able to easily resist it with his powerful physique. But this layer had some effect. In just a short while, Yang Kai felt that the flow of his blood had slowed significantly. The omnipresent ice principles were like invisible toxins, constantly corroding his body and penetrating his 5 viscera and 6 organs through his pores. He bounced around in place for a while, but it did not reduce the coldness in the slightest. Yang Kai was furious. He rushed to the window and cursed outside. Staying here like an idiot would only make him colder and colder. Cursing a few words could make him feel better. Maybe he would be able to warm up. Seeing this, the stone demon who was guarding the ice prison was a little speechless. He thought to himself that this human was really something. Even the 13th layer couldn't shut him up. What kind of enmity did he have with the Saint Senior? It was just that he didn't know how long this human could last. The 13th layer and the 7th layer were on completely different levels. The stone demon estimated that Yang Kai would be exhausted in 2 days at most. At that time, he would naturally have no energy to continue cursing. In fact, Yang Kai's tenacity and perseverance were beyond his imagination. Or rather, the sage had seriously underestimated the strength of this human's body. After a full 3 days, Yang Kai was still cursing. Although he would only curse for a while, and then take a break, it was already incredible that he could last this long. During these 3 days, the sage would ask about this human's situation almost every day. He could not hide anything, so he could only report the truth. He guessed that the sage must be very angry. He could feel this from the tone of the female demon king, who passed on the message. On this day, Yang Kai just opened his mouth to curse for a while. Suddenly, a heavy sigh came from the frozen ice prison next to him. "Boy, you have been cursing for a few days. You only have so many tricks. My ears are about to grow calluses from listening to it. Can you come up with something new?" Yang Kai was somewhat surprised to hear someone talking to him. When he was imprisoned here before, he also observed the situation on this floor. It seemed that there were other demon race prisoners here as well. They were all Demon King level existences. He did not know what they had done wrong. There were not many of them, only less than 10. However, these guys were indifferent to anyone who came here. They just sat cross-legged in their own ice prison and tried to resist the cold. No one paid them any attention and let them fend for themselves. Once the demon chi in their bodies was exhausted, they would die. The demon race who spoke should be diagonally opposite. Yang Kai looked through the window and did not see anyone. He guessed that they were hiding in the innermost part of the room. He smiled and said, "This brother is right. Why don't you curse a few times and see if you can come up with something new?" The other side was silent for a while, then said, "I am not as bold as you." In fact, he also did not understand how Yang Kai had the guts to curse Bai Liemo. What he did not understand was why Bai Liemo did not shut him up. Daring to curse a supreme saint like this was something that had not happened for many years. It's just death left and right. What kind of guts do you need to curse? Yang Kai sneered. The Demon King said, "There are many ways to die. I don't want to be tortured before I die." Suddenly, another Demon King's voice came from the other side. "You there, don't disturb him. Let him continue cursing." That's right, that's right. It's rare for this damned place to be so lively. Who cares if he has any new ideas? Just treat it as having some fun. Boy, just continue cursing. Don't pay attention to him. Yang Kai was stunned by the voices coming from all directions. He did not expect that he would have an audience for his cursing. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Let these demon kings who were imprisoned here curse Bai Liemo. They really did not have the guts to do so. But there was no harm in listening. Brat, don't stop. Being able to hear you curse me like this before I die makes me feel good. Another person urged him. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and smiled faintly. Since everyone is so supportive, let's change to something new. Organizing his words, Yang Kai coughed lightly and said, "It is said that in the demon territory, in the proud snow continent, there was a poor family who gave birth to a daughter named Bai Liemo. This Bai Liemo was smart from a young age. At a young age, she was already a beauty." Under the transparent dome of ice, Bai Liemo sat on the windowsill, wearing a transparent chiffon dress. Her two snow-white legs dangled from the edge of the cliff. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and her body leaned against the window, as if she would be blown away by the wind at any time. Her eyes were blurred as she looked at the snow-white world in front of her. Her slender hand held a cup of dark red blood wine, and she took a light sip, causing her red lips that were crystalline and translucent like gems to have a trace of blood-red color, causing her to seem even more charming and enchanting. She tilted her head slightly and asked in a light voice, "How's that fellow now?" When the female demon king who brought Yang Kai into the ice prison heard this, the corner of her eyes twitched, and she whispered, "Very good." Bai Liemo frowned, "Very good." The same answer was given last time. The female demon king said, "It seems this subordinate underestimated the strength of his body. Although his condition is not as good as before, his life should not be in danger for the time being." "Is he still cursing me?" Bai Liemo asked calmly. The female demon king hurriedly shook her head. "No." Bai Liemo was surprised. "No? Does he not have the energy to curse me? Or does he not have the energy to curse me?" She paused for a moment before continuing. "To be honest, why would I lower myself to the level of a mad dog?" Speaking of which, when she found out that Yang Kai was cursing her, she was quite angry. But after thinking about it, she felt that there was no need to do so. It was just a few curses. And as she said before, she would not lose anything. At most, she would teach him a lesson in the future. "He really did not curse me." The female demon king looked embarrassed. "But he has been telling stories recently." Bai Liemo laughed. "Stories? What stories? To whom?" She did not dare to imagine such a scene. What kind of stories is he telling in that ice prison? This person is really interesting. It is a story that he made up himself. You should not listen to it, lest it pollutes your ears. Bai Liemo's heart was as clear as a mirror. She coldly snorted. "Is he making up stories about me? Tell me, what exactly did he make me do in that story?" The female demon king sighed in her heart. Although she was unwilling to tell the story, she could only reply, The story that Yang Kai made up was very simple, and even very melodramatic. A poor girl fell in love with a rich young master, and for love, she threw herself into a flame like a moth to a flame. Unexpectedly, after the rich young master got her, he abandoned her like a worn-out shoe. The girl was heartbroken and wandered into the world of mortals and made a living in a brothel. The first part of the story was briefly mentioned, but the second part was very detailed. When the female demon king was telling the story, the girl called Bailey Mo had already received more than 100 patrons, and the price was extremely cheap. The patrons were also very varied, and even the beggars on the streets were lucky enough to have a relationship with her. In the beginning, Bailey Mo listened calmly, but when she heard that the main character of the story was a prostitute, she crushed the cup in her hand. When the old beggar appeared, Bailey Mo's face was extremely cold. Although she knew that Yang Kai was making up stories to disgust her, she still could not accept it. She had never seen such a hateful man before. She turned around and walked down from the window, her eyes cold as ice. Enough! The female demon king fell to her knees and said in fear, "Saint, please calm down. This subordinate will go and pull out his tongue." Bailey Mo sneered. "Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? Throw him into the 18th floor. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." The female demon king suddenly raised her head. "But Saint Dream." Bailey Mo looked at her coldly, causing her to swallow her words back into her stomach. Chapter 3497. After about 7 or 8 days in the 13th floor, the golem appeared in front of the window again. Yang Kai was just telling the most interesting part of his story, so he was not surprised to see the golem. He just sneered and said, "You want to go down again?" The golem looked at him from head to toe, then raised his hand and gave him a thumbs up. His face was full of admiration. No matter what, the man in front of him was definitely an extraordinary person. No one had ever been able to make the Lord change his orders time and time again. Moreover, he had increased the severity of the punishment each time. In a way, this human had created a precedent. However, the 18th floor, even the powerful golem could not help but shudder. As usual, he took out the token to open the ice prison. There was no need to catch him. He just signaled to Yang Kai, and Yang Kai took the initiative to walk out. There were many unfamiliar and haggard faces on the windows of the ice prison. They were all Yang Kai's loyal listeners. Although they did not know what Yang Kai would encounter this time, they knew that he was probably going to die. They did not have any friendship with each other, but Yang Kai's stories for a few days made them feel a little more interesting. They nodded slightly and walked past each other. As they went deeper, the environment became colder and colder. Yang Kai silently memorized the number and asked, "Which floor was the one I was in before?" The golem seemed to think that Yang Kai was definitely going to die, so there was nothing to hide. He said, "This time, I will send you to the 18th floor." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "How many floors are there in total?" "The 18th floor is the lowest floor." The golem glanced at him. Yang Kai bared his teeth and said, "Your lord really thinks highly of me." The golem shook his head and sighed. "If you knew this would happen, why did you do it? Let me give you a piece of advice. When you reach the 18th floor, find a place to sit down and do nothing. Don't even think about resisting. That way it will end faster. Oh right, your cultivation is sealed, so you can't resist anything." Yang Kai squinted at him and said, "You think I will definitely die?" The golem smiled and did not comment. That was the 18th floor of the frozen ice prison. If you could still be alive there, then it would be unreasonable. Yang Kai knew what the golem was thinking, but he did not care too much. He guessed that Bailey Mo was just teasing him and would not really kill him. However, there was no need to say much to others. Instead, he said, "Is there anyone else on the 18th floor?" "Yes." The stone devil nodded. "They're all dead." Kai Yang's mouth twitched as he remained silent. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the entrance to the 18th floor. The golem did not even have the intention to send Yang Kai in. He just opened the entrance with the token in his hand, then looked at Yang Kai and said, "Go in by yourself." Yang Kai glanced at the entrance, and felt a bone-chilling cold before he even stepped in. He did not know how long he would last if he went in. He thought about his current strength and what were his chances of killing the golem. In the end, he was disappointed. With his cultivation sealed, he was not a match for the golem. Of course, if his embodiment came out of the sealed world bead, it would be easy to deal with this golem. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was sealed, and he could not even open his own space ring, his embodiment could still escape from the sealed world bead. However, Yang Kai did not want to expose the existence of his embodiment so quickly under Bei Limo's nose. Unable to resist, Yang Kai could only plunge in. After Yang Kai stepped into the 18th floor, the golem quickly sealed the entrance and left in a hurry, as if he did not want to stay here any longer. The 18th floor was a little different from what Yang Kai had imagined. The previous 17 floors all had separate ice cells, but there were no ice cells here. Instead, it was a world of white. As soon as he stepped into this place, Yang Kai felt his entire body tighten, as a layer of frost appeared all over his body. What's more, this layer of frost was thickening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pervasive ice principles seeped into his body through his pores, making Yang Kai feel like he was being pricked by hundreds of millions of needles. In just a few breaths, Yang Kai's face had turned blue and his lips purple. He hurriedly moved his body, breaking the frost that covered his body, so that he wouldn't be frozen. But as soon as he moved, his expression could not help changing because he found that in this damned place, even his thoughts seemed to be affected. His thoughts could not be transmitted to every part of his body, making it difficult for him to do so. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he realized that this 18th layer of ice could even affect his soul. Fortunately, he had the soul-warming lotus, so he wasn't afraid his soul would actually be frozen. A cool sensation began to emerge from Yang Kai's mind, resisting the cold that was invading his knowledge sea, allowing him to think more clearly. Only now did Yang Kai have the time to look around. There was nothing to see here. There was not the slightest bit of life, nor was there a single living person. All he could see was a vast expanse of white. Not far away, there seemed to be something, but he could not see it clearly. Yang Kai took a step forward and walked over to take a closer look, only to discover that it was actually an ice sculpture. It wasn't an ice sculpture carved by someone, but rather a frozen corpse. This was undoubtedly a demon race. Yang Kai did not know which race it belonged to, but before it died, its expression was serene, as if it had not experienced any pain. But Yang Kai knew that this was because its soul had been frozen, so it naturally could not feel any pain. As for a demon race that could be placed on the 18th floor, it was likely to be a high-ranked demon king at the very least. Yang Kai really did not know what kind of mistake it had made to actually die here. Looking around again, Yang Kai was shocked to find that every so often, there was an ice sculpture. Inside each ice sculpture was a frozen corpse, old and young, male and female. Roughly counting, there were about 30 to 40 of these corpses. And this was not even counting the ones further away. This crazy woman. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. No wonder the golem said that there were only corpses here. They were indeed dead. Even their soul had been frozen. So how could they still be alive? Bei Limo would not really want him to die here, right? Yang Kai's heart was pounding. Although she was a demon saint, she was still a woman after all. When a woman went crazy, there was no reason to reason. This was something that Yang Kai deeply understood. He secretly made up his mind. If he really reached the point where he could not resist, he would let the embodiment break the sealed world bead's barrier and pull him into the sealed world bead. At that time, with the help of the sealed world bead's world force, he might be able to break the restriction that Bei Limo had placed. However, in this way, the sealed world bead would inevitably be exposed to Bei Limo. If she managed to snatch it away, then everything would be over. In this lonely white world, Yang Kai could even hear his own heartbeat and breathing. There was no audience here for him to tell a story, so he continued to move his body, breaking the frost on his body as he walked around to investigate. At a certain moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He did not know if it was an illusion or not, but he always felt that there was a pair of eyes watching him. At first, He was a little uncertain, but as time passed, this feeling became more and more obvious. Young Kai could not help but sneer in his heart. It seemed that Bai Liemo really did not intend to kill him. In this damned place, even the golem guarding the ice prison was not willing to enter, so there was no one else but Bai Liemo could secretly watch him. As a demon saint, she should have the ability to do so. Understanding this point, Kai Yang suddenly became somewhat fearless, all of his previous worries vanishing into thin air. Looking left and right, Kai Yang took a deep breath. He felt as if his lungs were being pierced by the ice-cold air, as if he was about to be frozen. But at this moment, he didn't care and opened his mouth to curse. It was still vulgar and unpleasant to hear, and it was still the same vicious words. Although he had cursed before, it was just scratching an itch through a boot. Now that Bai Liemo was paying attention to him, he would fiercely curse in front of her and see how long she could endure. Over the past few days, Yang Kai's other skills had not improved, but his cursing had become much more powerful. He was a little disappointed. A grown man cursing and swearing like this was not something to be proud of. After cursing and swearing for half a day, he still did not see any response from Bai Liemo. On the other hand, Yang Kai could not hold on any longer. The 18th layer was really the 18th layer. It was definitely not comparable to the 13th layer. Even with his strong physique, after half a day, many parts of his body had frozen to death. Even the injuries he had suffered before had not fully recovered, and were showing signs of worsening. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that he did not even feel Bai Liemo's anger. His cursing gradually weakened, and even became somewhat weak. Yang Kai's eyelids were covered with frost, almost unable to open his eyes. Leaning against an ice sculpture, he wailed in his heart. If that bitch Bai Liemo did not appear soon, he was afraid that he would really be doomed. He would have no choice but to let his embodiment take action, secretly instructing his embodiment to pull him into the small sealed world bead. If the situation was not right, Yang Kai forced himself to continue cursing for a while. Yang Kai's consciousness became more and more blurred as his eyelids opened and closed constantly. Although his mouth was still moving, no sound came out. His entire body was covered in frost, as if he was about to become an ice sculpture. Just as his consciousness was about to fade, an icy cold force suddenly swept across Yang Kai's body from a certain place. The frost that had covered Yang Kai's body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and an invisible force protected him, preventing him from being affected by the ice principles in this place. Yang Kai opened his eyes abruptly and chuckled for a while. I knew you wouldn't do anything to this king. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai stretched his body. With the protection of the ice principles, the influence of the ice principles in this place on him was greatly reduced. Glancing around, Yang Kai coldly said, "Show yourself. What's the point of sneaking around like this?" Chapter 3498. After waiting for a long time and seeing no response from his surroundings, Yang Kai sighed and said, "You're so boring. I know you won't do anything to me. Everything you've done is just because you're angry. Since this king has offended you before, I have no complaints. Since you can't kill me now, let's all sit down and talk. If we can't talk, then we'll go our separate ways. Is it fun to keep tormenting people like this?" After saying so, Yang Kai looked around, as if trying to find where Bailey Mo was hiding. At this moment, a weak but pleasant voice suddenly entered his ears. "I think you should be talking to me?" Yang Kai was slightly surprised and quickly looked around. Who is it? This voice definitely did not belong to Bailey Mo. Although it was weak, it was extremely gentle, and the tone was completely different from Bailey Mo's. Yang Kai was not confused by this. This surprised him greatly. There was actually someone else in this 18-layer ice prison? Yang Kai had investigated this damned place before, and although it was not small, it was definitely not large either. There were no signs of life, but there were many corpses of masters from the demon race scattered around. Suddenly hearing someone speak to him, how could Yang Kai not be surprised? "This way!" The voice called out again, guiding Yang Kai in the right direction. Yang Kai looked around for a moment before looking in a certain direction, hesitating for a moment before stepping forward. Yang Kai's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to know who was talking to him, and why he had not noticed them before. Bypassing one ice sculpture after another, Yang Kai walked a few dozen meters before finally standing in front of one of the ice sculptures, his eyes staring forward as a look of amazement flashed across his face. There was also a demon race sealed inside this ice sculpture, and it looked like it was the same as Bailey Mo, a snow demon. Her skin was crystal clear, her hair was black and soft, her figure was slender, and her facial features were exquisite and perfect. Yang Kai had seen many beautiful women, and his wives were all outstanding beauties. Of course, due to the limitations of his strength and vision, he could not compare to Yu Rameng and Bailey Mo in terms of temperament, but this one in front of him definitely did not lose out to them. Unlike the other ice sculptures, the demon corpses in the other ice sculptures were all sitting cross-legged without exception. She was the only one standing in the ice sculpture with her hands folded over her lower abdomen. Her expression was serene as if she had fallen asleep. She didn't look very old either. She looked like a young girl who hadn't grown up yet. Yang Kai did not feel any vitality from this ice sculpture. Or perhaps it was because his cultivation was sealed, so even if there was, he could not detect it. Looking around, Yang Kai looked back at the woman in front of him and asked with uncertainty, "Are you the one speaking?" After a few breaths, the gentle voice sounded again. "Yes, it's me. I'm sorry, I've been trapped here for too long, so my soul has been affected and my reaction is a little slow. Please forgive me." Yang Kai almost laughed out loud. The words of this young girl made him feel that she was a little naive. But when he thought of what happened to her, he could not laugh. In his heart, he felt that Bailey Mo was really not a good person. Although he did not know what this young girl's temperament was, he felt that she was not a bad person. However, Bailey Mo actually threw her into this 18-layer ice prison. And from the looks of it, she had been frozen for who knows how many years. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was shocked. Even he could not withstand the cold for too long in this damned place, almost fainting from the cold. But this young girl was still able to maintain consciousness to a certain extent. It was obvious how strong she was. As if seeing Yang Kai's thoughts, the young girl said, "I also cultivate the ice element, so although the environment here is harsh, the effect is still reduced for me." Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone who cultivated the ice element to end up in this situation. In fact, the harsh cold of this place could be used as a foundation for her growth and cultivation. But if there was a more powerful person who did something, then the situation would be different. Since Bailey Mo locked her up here, she must have made some arrangements. However, the ice element, Yang Kai suddenly understood and asked, "Was it you who saved me just now?" When he almost fainted before, he felt a cold force sweep over his body. He thought it was Bailey Mo who did it, but now it seems that it was not that woman at all, but this young girl in front of him. I can save you for a while, but I can't save you forever. Over the years, many people have been thrown here, but in the end, you saw the result. Not a single one of them was able to leave this place alive. This was undoubtedly an admission. Yang Kai chuckled. In any case, I must thank young lady for saving my life. Although it was not that he did not have a backup plan, it was a fact that this young girl had saved him. So after a pause he asked, "May I ask young lady's name?" After a few breaths of time, the young girl replied, "My name? I have forgotten it myself. You can call me whatever you want." Yang Kai couldn't help sweating. How many years had she been locked up here? She actually forgot her own name. Or was it because her soul was damaged? Rubbing his chin and thinking for a while, Yang Kai snapped his fingers and said, "Then I'll call you Young Lady Bing." Young Lady Bing. Haha, as you wish. The young girl did not have any objections and asked curiously, "Why were you thrown here by Honored Master?" Honored Master? Yang Kai blinked a few times, then said in horror, "The Honored Master you speak of. Could it be Bailiemo? You are master and disciple?" Young Lady Bing said, "From what I remember, we are indeed master and disciple." This time, Yang Kai was really surprised. He thought that this young Lady Bing was like him, and that she had offended Bailiemo in some way, which was why she was thrown here as punishment. He thought that she should be Bailiemo's subordinate, but who would have thought that these two women were actually master and disciple? Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat. Although Yang Kai did not like Bailiemo very much, he did not expect her to be so ruthless. She was even willing to punish her own disciple so severely. Throwing her into the ice prison was tantamount to taking her life. After all, she was her disciple. Even if she had done something wrong, she should not be punished like this. However, Yang Kai did not know the cause and effect of this matter, so he did not say much. But Bailiemo was a demon saint, so her disciple should be at least a half-saint, right? No wonder this young Lady Bing could last so long in the ice prison. Young Lady Bing said, "You still haven't answered my question. How did you offend Honored Master?" Yang Kai scratched his face and said, "Anyway, I accidentally offended her." He couldn't say that he tried to molest her Honored Master, but was seen through by her, and then severely beaten. That would be too shameful, so he quickly changed the topic. "What about you? Why are you locked in here?" Young Lady Bing was silent for a long time, then said, "I shouldn't be saying this to you, but after so many years, you are the first person to talk to me so much. I am locked in here because of a man." Yang Kai's imagination ran wild. "You two master and disciple fell in love with the same man." Miss Bing laughed and said, "How could there be such a thing? It's just me, that's all. But master didn't agree, and then cruelly tortured that man to death in front of me. I remember that master wanted him to humiliate and curse me, but he would rather die than curse me." "Bastard!" Yang Kai was furious, but he quickly reacted and said, "I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about that bitch Bailiemo." Young Lady Bing said, "Don't curse my honored master." Although her tone was light, Yang Kai could hear the dissatisfaction in her voice, so he could not help but ask, "What happened after that? Since she had already killed that man, why would she do this to you?" "Because I was angry and attacked her. She was very disappointed, so it became like this." When Yang Kai heard this, he sighed and didn't know what to say. If this matter was true, then this young Lady Bing was undoubtedly the most tragic victim in this matter. The man she loved was humiliated to death by her honored master in front of her. Then she was cut off from her honored master, and was frozen in this place, living a life worse than death. What could be more tragic than this? It was really difficult for her to hold on until now. If it was an ordinary person, their divine soul would have already collapsed. Right. I just heard you say that honored master won't kill you? Why are you so confident? When Yang Kai heard this, he smiled. Because your honored master still has something to ask of me. Oh. Young Lady Bing was surprised. What can honored master ask of you? Yang Kai did not answer, but instead rolled his eyes and laughed. I've thought about it. When your honored master comes to ask me, I will ask her to release you. It can be considered as repaying you for saving my life. Young Lady Bing said, No need. Yang Kai frowned and said, You don't want to go out? It's not that I don't want to. Young Lady Bing's voice was bitter. It's just that my body has already died, leaving only a broken divine soul. If I am frozen here, I can still struggle at death's door for a while. But if I really go out, I'm afraid I will die even faster. This was difficult to deal with. Yang Kai couldn't check the condition of her body now. Otherwise, he might have been able to find a way out. Just as he was thinking, young Lady Bing said, Are you sure you can leave this place? It's not that I don't believe you, but for so many years, no one who was thrown here has been able to leave alive. Yang Kai smiled and said, Just wait and see. So it's like this. Young Lady Bing sighed faintly. It seems that this is really heaven's will. What heaven's will? Yang Kai frowned. Young Lady Bing said, You just said that you are grateful to me for saving your life, and that you want to repay me. Are you sincere? Yang Kai said solemnly. Naturally, young Lady Bing. If you want to leave, I can really say a few words to you in front of your honored master. I can't guarantee that she will agree, but I am 80% sure that she will. Young Lady Bing hurriedly said, Please don't. And even if you can really leave, you must never mention me in front of honored master. Otherwise your life will be in danger. Is it that serious? Yang Kai had a suspicious look on his face. Wasn't it just a little dirty between the honored master and disciple? He couldn't even mention her name, although he didn't know what this girl's name was. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.